Good evening all and welcome. Tonight I have a very special video. 50 stories, one from each US state. So get comfortable and let the darkness take control. Vermont. This is actually my mum's story and will be told from her personal account. It was early December of 2005. My brother Alex and his wife's fourth child had just started first grade. So with her having full days of school, they had more time to pick up some extra hours and try and get ready for Christmas. All he could find at the time was work with companies where he would drive a work truck to different counties in our state, making deliveries between businesses that weren't worth getting a big semi-truck for. After the big snowstorm we had here in '99 that trapped us all at home for weeks, none of us liked the idea of him being on that road. But you know your uncle. He couldn't stand the idea of having nothing under the tree on Christmas. I didn't even want to go with him when he asked me. I had the worst feeling about it, but the weather channels all said the storm wouldn't last, and I was the only one out of us that had a cell phone, so I couldn't let him go out there alone. If something happened and he froze to death because he couldn't call for help, I didn't know if I'd be able to live with that myself. So I dropped my daughter off at her aunt's house and told her father that I'd be back in a few days. And that was it, the start of it all. A route he'd done 100 times up to that point, but the Weather Channel was wrong. By the time we were nearing the Vermont border and all those mountains came up, every single one of them didn't have a speck of color on them. Everything around us was white. There were points where all we could do was follow the tire tracks on the road from vehicles in front of us and hope they didn't go off the road for us to follow. We were starting to lose the light by the time we were closing in on Burlington, Vermont, and we figured that would be a good place as any to spend the night. I hate cities, but driving those roads in the dark wasn't an option. We only had to travel through the back to Montpelier, and then it was smooth sailing on the interstate right into Burlington. In the morning we could reassess our route and cut through to New Hampshire and from there towards the city. I remember we filled up at a gas station and it was so cold that when we brought our coffee to the van, it didn't even burn our mouth to drink it. Nothing but ice out there. But we were sure we could make it to the interstate and then the roads would be clear, so we kept going. Even though we felt off about it. We kept chatting what we were getting our kids for Christmas and where we'd be getting together to have Christmas dinner that year when we hit the mountain. I said to him, "We should turn around and go back, this isn't safe." For a minute I thought he'd listen, but then he shifted the gear on the van and said, "Go back? To what?" He was right, we hadn't seen anything since we got our coffees, and they were stone cold by then. It was actually okay for a while. We were following another car stuck behind a plow, so it was the safest place to be at the time. The next bit is a bit hazy for me. We saw the snowplow jerk towards the edge of the mountainside, and we were so afraid of him going through the bars and just off the side of the mountain. I didn't even consider what he was jerking away from until I heard Alex yell. I was watching the snowplow trying to right itself and keep itself on the road. I didn't even have time to look out the windshield to see what he was yelling about before the car in front of us hit it. That's when everything stopped moving. My coffee was everywhere. All over me, the windshield, my phone, everything. My chest was on fire and my legs felt like, well, they'd just been hit by a car. I checked my phone first, but no good. It was gone. So much for calling for help. The next thing I checked was my brother. His mouth was bleeding and his eyes were closed, but when I said his name and shook him, he groaned, so at least he was alive. All I could see in front of us was ice and rock, so I had no idea what the other driver's states were in, but I had to get a phone to get help, so I told him to stay put and got out of the car. Of course, he didn't listen to me because he never does, so before I could even register what I was looking at, he was behind me calling my name and telling me not to leave him. In front of us was this large work truck, and flat as a pancake right in front of us was the car that was in front. I couldn't move. They had to be dead. No one could have survived that. But Alex ran the best he could, holding his chest and stumbling around the car, and pried open the passenger door to the truck. I finally got out of my daze when he told me to stay away from the truck, and my heart sank. Was everyone dead? Were we the only ones who survived? That's the day I realized that hell wasn't a place. Being all alone on that mountain surrounded by metal, rocks, freezing cold wind, ice, and dead bodies. No way to get help, and miles away from anyone or anything. That was the worst feeling I've ever experienced. There was another vehicle that wasn't there though, someone who might be alive now. The snowplow was gone, so there was a big dent in the guardrails and we couldn't see him, so he left us to get help. What else could we think? No one that isn't pure evil could see what we saw and not stay to help unless they knew they needed to get the police. I was about to mention the snowplow when he finally got the door open, only to find himself up to his ankles in trash. He didn't hesitate though. He was going for the radio and climbed into the truck, where I couldn't see him. I panicked. Even him just being out of sight, I couldn't stand being alone up there, so I ran to the truck despite knowing what I'd find. But I had to stop before I got to the door anyway. It smelled like a brewery mixed with pennies. I knew that smell. Enough alcoholics in our family to know the smell. Alex cursed and tumbled back out of the truck, and I went to help him up, trying to ignore the fresh blood on his clothes and the even stronger smell of alcohol and blood filling my nose coming from the new opened door. "Radio's dead. Things won't even start," he snarled, gripping his chest again. I started to tell him my thoughts on the plow when we heard a horrible scream that made us both flinch away from the panic behind it. I practically dropped Alex on the ground, racing back around the front of the truck to the car, and inside was a young girl. She was beautiful, with brown hair and blonde highlights, a Lilo and Stitch shirt, and the most beautiful blue eyes I'd ever seen that were filled with tear and terrors. She was confused and screaming in between words. Reaching out to me, I grabbed her hand. Alex, in a rush to get me and get away from the scene, crashed into me, and she cried out when my hands were pulled from hers. But I was right back to the window in seconds with her, pushing him off me. "We'll get you out, honey, I promise." I turned on Alex as he tugged on me again. He had to have some sort of idea, right? He could get her out. One door was already pried open. We could do another. But his eyes were gigantic when he looked at me, and he wouldn't say a word. Coming from a guy who has never shut up since the day he was born, I met his eyes. Then followed where he led my gaze to, and a fresh set of tears sprung on me all over again. Right underneath the feet of the stitch on her shirt, and the bit of her stomach that was showing, with how she was sitting, there was only solid metal. The rest of her couldn't even be seen. She didn't seem to understand what happened to make me react like that, and started panicking when she followed our eyes, realizing what we did. She began panicking all over, begging us to tell her where her legs were. So I shushed her, holding her hand tight and promising her she'd be okay. The help was coming, and that they would get her out. I don't know how long I stood there. Alex eventually went back to the truck, and in the mostly undamaged back of ours to see if he could find anything to help fight off the cold, while we waited. But there wasn't much. He even searched the area and the trash that fell out of the drunk man's truck, but no luck either. I gave her my jacket after we put on every piece of clothing that we brought with us for the trip. She was getting cold though, and her voice was getting weaker and more quiet. It was completely dark by then, and all we could see was what the snow let us, and our flashlights that would run out of battery eventually. Alex tried to convince me to get back into our vehicle, to get out the wind, but I couldn't just leave her. When I looked into her eyes, all I could picture was my own child. She wasn't even 20 yet, trying to get home for Christmas. She told me about her family, about college, her life up until that point, and her terrible boyfriend that was supposed to come with her but cancelled at the last minute to spend the holidays with his friends instead. She decided before the end that it was a good thing. She said he was a good man and didn't deserve to die like this too. She was much more calm by this point, even acknowledging the fact that she was practically in half. I think she knew she wasn't going home and needed someone to listen to her as she tried to make sense of how this could be how her life ends, and was going to. She kept mentioning how cold it was, but as soon as Alex noticed me removing my layers of clothing to give to her, he scolded me, demanding that I keep myself as bundled up as possible. He told me that she was already dead, and we're the ones who need the warmth, not her. I knew he was right, but I cursed him anyway, shoving him away from her, even if she too knew he was right. He didn't need to say it in front of her. She'd even grown quiet after some time, giving us each assurances that everything would be okay, instead of the conversation of before. By that time, I was struggling against the cold, even with Alex hugging me, trying to keep the wind on his back and off from me. We then heard sirens in the distance. My brother and I look at each other, and without even saying anything or showing any emotion, he staggered and limped as fast as he could towards them, holding the flashlight over his head and waving it. He couldn't yell without devolving into coughs and spitting up more blood. But gritting his teeth against the pain, hand on chest, he waved the light all over the road towards the sirens, eventually seeing the lights of the police, firefighters, and ambulances. I told her that they were coming, that they'd help her, and this was all over. But she didn't react. She gave me a sad smile, and it broke my heart into a million pieces. I knew that she knew by then that she wasn't going to make it, but seeing the acceptance mixed in with the fear on her face, and hearing how thankful she was that I was with her, and how lucky my daughter was to have me in her life, was more than I could take. I let go of her hand and did what my brother couldn't. I stood and jumped, waving the flashlight over my head, screaming that we needed the ambulance over here now. They listened and rushed over as fast as they could, but Alex was right. There was no helping her. She got to call her mother on one of the EMT's phones and tell her that she loved her, along with some other messages to her other family. Then they moved to try and get her out, and that was it. They took me away into the ambulance after they ensured her pulse had stopped. She was dead. The drunk guy was gone too. My brother could be going for all I knew, and none of it felt real. My brother and I were allowed to ride in an ambulance together. It was against protocol, but given what we'd just been through and how devastated I was, they allowed it. I think Alex would have attacked them if they tried to separate him from me at that point. Regardless, he wasn't letting me out of his sight until we were in a building with heat and off that mountain. Once we got to the hospital, they took him away, and I was alone. So, I called my partner, told him where I was and the gist of what happened, and then my child's aunt, and told her even less of what happened, and that I would call her the second I heard anything about Alex. And I insisted she wake up my daughter, as it was almost 3 a.m, but I just had to hear her voice. It's now been years since then, and when it's cold outside, my skin burns as if it's being stabbed by heated needles. Alex had so much blood in his lungs by the time they came that he still has trouble breathing to this day. We both had broken ribs that healed, and the surgery I had to get later on my legs went fine. We're alive, and we got to come home and have Christmas, and all the Christmases since then, I saw my own child grow up, to become the age of that poor girl and then surpass her. I never went to her funeral or met with her family. I've always regretted that. These days, I don't even remember her voice, her family's names. I don't remember what school she went to, or where exactly her boyfriend went for Christmas instead of going with her. I don't remember how her hands felt, or the smell of her shampoo in her hair. Hell, most of the time it doesn't even feel like she was a real person, like it was a horrible dream or something that happened to someone else. But that smile she gave me at the end, how she knew it was over, but was too scared to actually say it. How one of her last acts was to reassure me that she knew she was going to pass, and that it was going to be okay, just like we said. And that I will never forget. Wyoming. I lived in Albin, Wyoming, which is next to the capital of the state. And if you've never been to Wyoming, then it's basically like any other generic rocky state, known for many of its lakes and things like that. We tend to get a lot of tourists that come down to spend their holidays inward since living here is so expensive. I'm in the US Air Force. I'm being stationed on Warren Air Force Base as a vehicular operator. The job practically paid for itself. In the daytime, I decided I want to try living off-base after cross-training and figured I should try renting a home close to the base. I was still really young, only 22, when I discovered a simple one-bedroom home in a rural town called Albin. I was ecstatic. Being from Oklahoma and growing up in a rural district myself, I was a big fan of it. This town, however, was really small. You can walk a few blocks and you'd be at the end of the town in a matter of minutes, so I would actually jog around the town every time in the morning when I first moved. It was 2014, and I had just moved off base and into the house after getting clearance and getting a really good deal on the house, which was only $250 a month. And with the extra money I had, I decided to put a down payment on a new vehicle and thought to hell with it and get my own internet service provider and a gaming computer, since I just love to game out and unwind from it. Plus, the internet service in Wyoming was pretty awful, so getting your own provider was a must. It was a simple September, and the first 2 weeks were great. I was getting all sorts of sleep in my own home, having friends over for Friday night football, and occasionally going out to parties to try my luck at meeting women since I was still single. It was the beginning of October when it happened. The early night after getting off work, all I wanted to do was to go to sleep. So I lazily brushed my teeth, and within a few minutes I was already in bed. I laid down for a solid 3 minutes at least before dozing off. During that time, I'd probably had the worst dream I would experience in my life. Remembering only vivid parts about it, it was something hovering over my bed and giving me the most disgusted look. I couldn't tell you what it was. I can't even give it a sketch. All I could say is that it was horrifying through those few minutes, since all it did was hover over me and give out a very faint whisper, but I still don't know what it said. I woke up in a very heated sweat and was extremely exhausted from that point. I looked around the room and it was pitch black. Figuring it was a nightmare, I checked the clock to see it reading 3:50 a.m. So it was really early. I figured I might as well get up and take a walk around town since I wasn't working today and couldn't go back to sleep anyway. So I got up, put my clothes on, and with it being chilly outside, I took the time to go walk around the town. I'm a paranoid guy. I always have been, so of course I carried my handgun when I went out. I went for my walk, and after a few hours of clearing my head, I felt fine and started making my trail back, with it being sunrise soon. When I got back to my house, I found the front door wide open. I will admit that I knew I locked my door when I left, and to come back to find it open, I was terrified. I felt my heart drop to my stomach, and I knew I was pale. I checked the side of the house to see if any of the back gates were disturbed to no avail, and I turned my attention back to my home, where I then unholstered my firearm and began a forward advance step a buddy of mine in OSI taught me. I entered my home with the firearm at the ready, keeping it trained all around, but not shutting the door behind me, fearing that the intruder may hear me before I found them. As carefully as I could, and as slowly as I went, I searched every nook and cranny, every room from top to bottom, to find my whole home empty and everything undisturbed. I kept repeating the chain of events when I left the house, trying to find some excuse or a way to think that I may have left the door unlocked or left it open. But I specifically remember putting my key in my bolt lock and twisting it. I knew this because I even kept the key on my person, knowing that I would use it to unlock the door. I didn't know what to make of it, and decided that I would change locks out of the front door by the end of the week. A few days later, it was late, as always, but since I didn't have to show up at my early hours and got much sleep before arriving, I felt really well and thought about playing some Red Orchestra 2, the nerd that I am. When I got home, the one thing that stood out immediately as I walked back inside was how hot it was. It was a chilly 38 degrees outside, and my entire house felt like I was around in the 80s. I couldn't believe how hot it was, and I thought I may have left the heater on. I went to check and found that it was reading 83 Fahrenheit. I figured I would leave my home tolerable with it being cold, but the heater wasn't the best, and it would only heat up to 75 on a good day. The fireplace inside is what I used to warm up my home, and I couldn't believe it. It was almost like a shock factor. So I figured maybe the heater had a good boost and finally started kicking into gear, and in time too, since a snowstorm was preparing to hit. I turned the temperature down and made my way to my bedroom, settling down and basically starting my night of unwinding. All was well in those few hours, only when the sudden loud bang of something hitting against my wall on the other side of the room caused me to jump and focus all of my attention. I hesitated and sat there for around 2 minutes, my breath very heavy, as I started to feel myself grow pale once again. I didn't know how to react, and once again thought of an intruder, which is why I reached for my pistol. At that moment, I wished really hard it was an intruder, because instead it was nothing. What I found was a large hole against my wall, and my snow globe on the floor cracked at the bottom. I quickly searched the rest of my home to find it empty, and I started contemplating on what it could have been, looking around and continuing to think. I then started to get really nervous when I thought of my dream from before. I thought of it a few times, but at that time when it came to my mind, it caused me to grow uneasy. I walked back into my room to find my computer monitor turned off. I thought at first it was possible that the computer was going to sleep mode, but then fade when I found the back VGA cord unplugged and laying on the floor. I plugged it back in and settled onto my computer chair, gun at the ready on my desk, while I started to look off ahead outside my door and into the living room. I got the feeling that someone was looking back at me, and it was definitely not a good feeling at all. I had the feeling of someone looking at me with very malicious intent, an extreme notion of harm, but I didn't know what. I had no idea what occurred to me at the time, but for some reason I told myself to lift up my phone and take a picture outside my bedroom door. Then I turned my computer monitor back on and tuned myself out of whatever was happening. An hour later, with the real deep feeling no longer there, I pulled my phone out and started checking on what the photo was. And every time I looked at that photo, it freaked me out. I still can't look at it often, thinking about how bad whatever it was looked. But what I could see in the picture was none other than a pair of glowing red eyes staring straight back at me from the outside. I couldn't believe it at first, and I actually began to hyperventilate. When I saw the picture, I thought I was going to run out the door right there. This was the most bizarre thing I'd ever seen, and I kept looking at it to check if it was real, to make sure that if I looked back it would still be there. And after a few minutes of deciding, okay, it's real, I just went ahead and shut my door and locked it from my side and slept with my TV on all night. The next day I got up and went to work. Nothing happened in the following weeks until December the 4th. During that time I was actually already planning on moving back to base after a few more incidents occurred, mainly seeing things from the corner of my eye, hearing knocking, the sounding of footsteps, and all sorts of other things. I asked the property manager if he knew anything about this, and he went on about saying he had no idea. That night, though, in December, would be my last night staying in the home. I went on as normal, settling back on my computer and preparing to play my game. Whenever I heard a noise, I just shrugged it off. I was used to it at this point. At first, a few light taps were occurring and it didn't bother me, but it's only when the taps turned to loud slams when it finally made me jump and stare outside my door. I was hesitant to get up, listening to the silence, when I finally started to slowly stand to my feet and grabbed my ever-so-trusty handgun. I walked around the room, looking off to find my kitchen empty and nothing around. But my light to my bathroom that I always leave on was off. I figured the bulb may have burnt out, so I started approaching it before what I felt was an extreme burning sensation on the top of my right hand where my gun was held. I stopped and looked over, and what I saw there still gives me goosebumps. It was a scratch mark, 3 claw marks on the top of my hand. I started to slowly backstep from there, and I turned around to make my way around the small bar table I had on the front of the kitchen, taking another glance up to the bathroom door, when I saw what looked like something so tall, its head touching the ceiling. It was all black, but with distinct features of a huge figure and what looked like horns on the top of its head. I don't want to exaggerate too much if they were horns, but what made my heart drop was when it had the very same red eyes in the photo staring back at me. I actually rushed back to my bedroom and started breathing deeply, completely afraid of whatever it was. It's a real scary feeling when it's something you cannot fight, something that's completely invulnerable to you, and realizing that I was at the mercy of whatever it was. I ran back. I'd had enough at this point. I was done. I grabbed my phone, wallet, whatever I would need for work tomorrow, and was out the door, and in my car and on the road in 5 minutes. I drove all the way to Cheyenne and got a hotel room, spending the night and going to work the next day. By this point I was fully done with the house and outright refused to even set foot inside it. I stayed with a friend until my contract cleared though, and my service got me back in the barracks. I didn't go back to that house for a few more days after that, finally getting the confidence when a friend said he would come along with me to get my things. I told him I was moving since the house was breaking down, so I wouldn't scare him while I collected my things. I did it in the daytime and was all wrapped up and finished in an hour and a half with no experience to share. Only after we were on the road and heading back to base is when I shared everything with him. I felt bad for making him go inside since he started freaking out with him being scared of ghosts more than me. As of today, I'm stationed in Germany and about to go under school for tactical air control party while serving as telecommunications operator, successfully cross-training. I have a girlfriend and live in a reasonably sized flat that I think is thankfully not haunted. I'm doing really well for myself, preparing to re-enlist soon. I just wanted to document this while it's still fresh in my mind and still talk about it from time to time. Though after all that happened, I can safely say that the house in Albin was one of the scariest incidences that has ever happened to me. My friend told me the owner of the home recently passed away and the house caught fire and burnt to the ground, so it's no longer there, just the charred husk of somewhere that terrified me. I don't want to know how or why. I'm just glad I don't have to live with it, and I'm quite happy to know that no one will have to go through what I did. I just want to focus on my own right thing now and let it drift away into the past. Washington State. This was before I was born, but I was made aware of this horrible event maybe a year ago. My mother and dad had just had my brother earlier that year, and we were living in a condo in the beautiful state of Washington. Now, at this condo, my mum said the maintenance guy was kind of a creep and had weird vibes. He'd make comments about so-and-so's daughter being hot, and she was only 15, and he was clearly in his 40s, and just some other oddball comments he would make to make her uncomfortable. She hated being alone with the guy, and made sure her son, my brother, was close to her. At this time, my mum and dad were in a bit of a rough patch, and she was debating if she would even go through with marrying him. It had been a heated discussion for a while with the many issues they had. She was going to not marry, but one day, she had a strong gut feeling to marry, elope specifically, at Disneyland, shortly. My dad was shocked when she brought this up to him considering her previous hesitancy, but agreed. They left to get married a week earlier than planned and had my grandma watch my baby brother while they were away. Now, a week later, when they had originally planned to marry, my mum was getting ready for work and had a strong gut feeling. The way she told me it felt was just a deep, gut-wrenching, something's not right, this is terribly wrong feeling that she could not explain away. No matter what she tried to ease her anxiety, it wouldn't go. She almost called in because of it, but the idea made her feel worse somehow. So she went to work and tried to forget about this silly anxiety, and finally, it began to go away. And just as it did, a coworker paged her to the front desk. When she got there, they said, "There's a call for you." And the gut feeling came back. She picked up the phone that was on hold for her, and on the other line a voice said, "We have your son." "What?" my mum said, panicking. It was her good neighbors, and they explained, "We have your son. Something's going on in your home. It's bad. Your husband is covered in blood. We have your son. He's safe, but you need to get here quick." Panicked and her mind racing, she drove home as fast as she could. When she got there, it was surrounded by police cars, one of which my dad was in, his clothes soaked in blood and completely in shock. So what happened exactly? Let's go back a bit. My mum had left for work and my dad stayed home to watch my baby brother. At one point he went outside to talk to the good neighbor mentioned earlier, and that maintenance guy showed up. My dad was a bit confused as they didn't have anything in need of fixing, and this guy was once again coming off very odd. He looked at my dad and said to him, "I'm on a mission from God to do his bidding." And my dad immediately went inside the house and locked the door. The guy came pounding at the door as he ran upstairs with my brother in his arms, put him in his bathroom for safety, and he grabbed his gun. The pounding stopped, but he didn't leave. Suddenly he had climbed onto the first-story roof and was now on their balcony. The man took their umbrella off the table and drove the metal pole into the glass door, shattering it. My dad warned him that he was armed and that if he came any closer he would shoot him, but the man wasn't fazed and began charging at him. He pulled the trigger, releasing all 9 bullets, 7 which caught him in the chest, arm and stomach, but he didn't stop, and his gun was now empty. They began fighting hand to hand, keeping him away from my brother who was screaming in the tub. That good neighbor came, and they managed to get the guy down with a hefty blow to the head with the butt of the gun, long enough to grab my brother and flee. The whole time my dad was on the phone with 911, and the cops showed up just after they left the condo. When the cops entered, the guy had managed to drag his bloody self down the steps and leaving a massive blood trail the whole way, still ready to fight despite his extensive injuries. My dad got PTSD, but was otherwise fine, and so was my brother. And what's also crazy is that you'd probably be like me and assume the guy took some hardcore drugs to be unfazed by the 7 bullets in his body so close to his heart and spewing nonsense about being sent by God for some killing spree mission. But he was thoroughly tested for drugs and none were found in his system. My mum tearfully recounted too that had they waited to marry for the day they had originally planned, it would have been just my baby brother and grandma home, unarmed. She believed it was divine intervention telling her to marry sooner, and I'm glad she listened to her gut. Colorado. It was the end of my first year of grad school at the University of Iowa, and summer was well underway. The cicadas and mourning doves perched in the oak trees next to our small ranch house. They were already singing their summer song, and the days were warm and muggy. Iowa City was a pleasant and friendly place, but once the students left for the summer, to me it felt like a bit of a cultural desert in a very flat land of cornfield and small towns. Ready for a break and hungry for a change of scenery, my husband and I began to consider a road trip that might fit to our meager grad student budget. Some friends of ours had recently moved to LA and had been asking us to come visit, but we certainly couldn't afford plane tickets or even a night's stay in a hotel, and because I had some summer classes, I only had 2 weeks to make the trip. So our options were to either drive straight through, take turns sleeping and driving, or to take the scenic route and camp along the way. We decided a little of both. Now this was in the early 1980s, so there was neither internet nor GPS to map the way. Instead, our trusty guide was a dog-eared Randall McNulty Atlas of the US, gifted to my parents by an insurance company and bequeathed to me after they received a new one. Looking back, I should probably have spent the money on one that was more up to date, but hey, it was free. As I studied the atlas and possible routes, I noticed that the most direct way would take us through Colorado and the Rocky Mountains. It was then I recalled one of my happiest childhood memories, a camping trip I took with my family to the Rocky Mountains National Park in the summer I was 9 years old. Our first night, which was my very first experience camping, was in a lovely little campground just outside of the park. We found a quiet, secluded spot and pitched our tent near a clear mountain stream that sang us to sleep. In all the subsequent years my family went camping, we never found as idyllic a spot as that one, and I had always wanted to return. My husband and I sat down at the kitchen table with the old atlas to plan our trip. Plotting a course on Interstate 80 from Iowa City would take us through the Rockies on our way to Los Angeles. We would camp the first night in Nebraska and spend the second night recreating my childhood memories in the campground outside the Rocky Mountain National Park. Then, we would visit the park the next day and drive straight through the rest of the way to LA. My husband had never been camping, but thought it might be fun, so he was game. And I was excited to show him the natural beauty of the park and the campsite. However, the only camping equipment that we owned was a Coleman camp stove and a tiny orange two-person pup tent. Across the street from our house lived a couple who could have been poster children for REI. She was an anthropologist and he was a resident at the medical school. They spent all their free time in the great outdoors and had just about every piece of gear you could imagine for an outdoor adventure. I knew they would have everything we needed. They were more than happy to provide us with sleeping bags and a few other essentials as well as advice. They pointed out that in early June there could be snow in the Rockies, so it was a good idea to take a mummy sleeping bag. Sitting there talking in the typical Midwest summer 90-degree heat, 90% humidity of their backyard, I could hardly imagine why we would need them. But later, I was very glad we accepted their offer. On the day of our departure, we left before dawn. Our tiny Chevy hatchback packed so full of camping equipment, a big cooler of food and clothes, that we felt a bit like two anchovies packed into a four-wheeled can. We spent the first night at a campground next to the interstate and a man-made pond in Nebraska. The noise of the nearby interstate and drunks playing loud music in the RV park next to us did not make for very restful sleep. But we knew the next night we would be in paradise, so we did our best to rest and get as much shut-eye as we could. The next morning, after a quick breakfast of cereal and milk at the picnic table by our tent, we packed up and headed west, leaving our hungover neighbors to sleep it off in their RV. The drive was pleasant and the weather warm and sunny. By late afternoon, we arrived at the location of the campground, except it wasn't there. Although marked on the atlas, there were no campgrounds, no signs, nothing but a meadow at that location. We drove around, taking several side roads, but eventually I had to admit defeat. The campground was long gone, and my atlas was outdated. I could see on the map that there were several campgrounds within the park, so we decided to continue and look for a campground near the Fall River Visitors Center. As we came nearer the park and higher in elevation, the pine needle carpet of the forest began to disappear under a blanket of snow. The road was clear, but the higher we went, the deeper the snow was by the side of the road. I was starting to get a bad feeling. Sure enough, when we reached the visitor center and campground, we were greeted by a closed sign. Our hearts sank. It was going to be dark before long, and we were not sure we could find a place to pitch our tent. However, the sign indicated that the campground near the west entrance to the park was open. Not a fan of driving on curvy mountain roads in the twilight, I switched seats with my husband and let him drive up the mountains and across the Continental Divide to reach the west side of the park. The sun was starting to dip below the top of the pine forest when we found, with great relief, the west campground entrance. The gate was open, and we drove into the campground, stopping at the nearest site. My husband looked with dismay at the snow-covered field in front of us. I don't know about you, but sleeping on a foot of snow in below freezing weather might not be a good idea." "Oh, come on," I answered, trying to be cheerful. "Where's your sense of adventure? After all, our sleeping bags are good to 15 below zero. Eh? The truth is, I wasn't feeling all too good about this either. Along with my failure to anticipate that summer arrives later in the Rockies than in Iowa, there was something positively creepy about the deserted campground. I took a quick walk around but saw no one else, and no tire tracks to indicate that anyone else had been here recently, other than the open gate and the open latrine. There were no other signs that it was ready for the upcoming camping season, and despite it being deserted, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were not alone. We quickly set up our little pup tent and built a fire inside the designated ring of rocks. I was glad that I had thought ahead and brought our own firewood, as any branches or logs that might have been in the area were buried under the snow. We grabbed our cooler out of the car and opened the packet of hot dogs and some buns, roasting our meal over the open flame. It was too cold to stay out for long, as it was now dark and getting colder. So much for s'mores, I thought. And while my husband took the sleeping bags from the car and unrolled them in the tent, I put the fire out. Many years as a Girl Scout, and later a Girl Scout counselor, had made me a bit of a stickler when it came to putting out a campfire. First, I put water on it, then spread the coals, then put more water on them, spread them some more, and then put snow on top, stamping it with my snow boot. There was a final hiss and it all went dark. Smokey the Bear would have been proud. I crawled into my little tent, zipping it shut beside me, and snuggled into the sleeping bag beside my husband. I pulled up the zipper until the only part of me exposed in the mummy bag was a circle around my face, and I drifted off to sleep, warm despite the bed of snow beneath me. I silently thanked my neighbors for insisting we take the down bags. It was well beyond midnight when something made me sit bolt upright. It was so dark I couldn't even see the door of the tent or my hand, and I held my breath, listening for a moment. But the only sound was the wind in the surrounding pines. I laid back, closed my eyes, wanting to sleep, yet there was a feeling of dread. My eyes couldn't have been shut for more than 2 minutes, when suddenly I heard a crackling sound. I opened my eyes and saw that the tent was bathed in an orange glow. I turned my head, and through the orange nylon fabric, I saw a ring of what appeared to be dancing flames surrounding by the tent. I'd barely had time to register my astonishment or process what I was seeing, when above me, I heard a demonic laugh, and then the tent disappeared. I know it sounds crazy, but it simply evaporated, leaving me and my sleeping husband exposed to the elements. Terrified, I sat up and looked above me to see this source of the bone-chilling laughter. There was a very tall fir tree next to our tent, and on a branch about 10 feet up, a crouched man. And on a branch about 10 feet up the trunk, crouched a man. Well, not exactly a man. He was dressed as a priest with a black suit and white clerical collar, but he had horns and hooves and the face of a demon, and his eyes locked with ours. He sprung off the branch, hurtling towards me and cackling. "I saw what you did and you're going to hell." I screamed the loudest scream I've ever screamed in my life, and the next thing I know, my husband was yelling, "What the hell?" and shaking me awake. He unzipped my sleeping bag and helped me sit up. "Are you all right?" he asked with concern. I was not okay. My heart was beating so hard I thought I was going to have a heart attack, and I was trembling like a mouse who had just come face to face with a cat. But there I was, in the tent, in my sleeping bag, and no demon. I guess I had a nightmare. I told him what I'd seen or dreamed of, but it didn't seem like a dream at all. It seemed real. My husband was a fairly open-minded person, but he also was an engineer and, like most engineers, was a practical man, not given to flights of fancy or possessing much of an imagination. And paranormal occurrences were, in his mind, easily explained away. So he patted my back patronizingly and said no, it was just a bad dream. Go back to. But before he could finish his sentence, we both became aware of a glowing light and crackling sound in front of our tent. Cautiously, he unzipped the door and peered out. There in the darkness was our campfire, the one I had so meticulously put out and covered with snow before we went to bed, blazing brightly. It was still several hours until sunrise, and without a word he went outside, kicked snow over the fire, and shoveled some dirt on top. We didn't bother rolling up the bags or putting the tents into its cover. We just threw everything into the car, jumped in and drove away as fast as we could. I never could get him to go camping after that, and although I have camped many times since, it has never been on that side of the Rockies. Nebraska. I'm a 40-year-old female, and this happened in 2004 when I was 20 years old. During this time, I was renting a room in an old Victorian house in downtown Lincoln, Nebraska. While living there, I worked third shift at the local Walmart and would typically get home from work at around 8 a.m. For context, the house I was living in was a 3-story house with the full basement, main floor and upper floor built in the late 1800s, and my roommate's parents owned the house, so the rent was very cheap. The main floor consisted of the living room, kitchen, and dining area. The main entrance of the house opened up into the living room with a stairway to the right, leading up to the second floor. On the far side of the living room, there was a door on the right side leading into the kitchen. In the kitchen there was a back door going out into the backyard, and a door inside the kitchen leading down to the basement. The 2 bedrooms were on the upper floor along with the bathroom. My bedroom was at the end of the hall, with a shared bathroom to the left. In my bedroom, I had my bed placed right up against the corner, so on the long side situated parallel from the bedroom door. I lived in this house for a little under a year and had multiple experiences while living there. The first was when I was in the living room with my roommate. Chris, a 23-year-old male, and I were sitting on the couch watching TV with a few friends from work, when out of nowhere there was a gust of wind, as if someone had walked right past us towards the stairs leading to the second floor. Accompanied with this rush of wind was an old-fashioned powdery perfume scent. Right when it happened, Chris muted the program we were all watching, and we all looked at one another with surprise. I asked the group if they felt and smelled that weird perfume, and they all nodded in agreement. The second experience I had happened on one of my night shifts off. Since I was used to working overnight by this time, I was awake in the middle of the night when most people would be asleep. I was laying in my bed with the lights dimmed, just listening to music. I remember I had my door open so that I could see down the hallway that led to the stairs to the main floor. I was home alone since Chris was at work, and the house had been dark and silent except for the occasional creaks and groans that one would think be typical for a house built so long ago. As I was relaxing, I saw something out of the corner of my eye coming up the stairs. I turned my head and couldn't believe my eyes. Slowly making its way around the stairwell towards the top, traveled a small bluish-white orb the size of a golf ball. The orb was glowing with a dense and luminous light, and I paused my music and took down my headphones and watched it intently. I watched as it now traveled up the hall toward me, and then continued to watch as this small ball of light floated right up to me and stopped about 2 feet from the side of my bed. It stayed in that spot for a few seconds, and in that moment I felt as if the light had an awareness, as if it was staring at me. After a few seconds, it just hovered there. The orb continued on its way, traveling past me, right through the closed door of the closet. I got out of bed and walked over to the closet, and slowly peeked inside but found nothing out of the ordinary. The little orb of light had disappeared almost as soon as it had appeared. I just kept thinking about how strange it moved and how bizarre that it flew right through a closed door and then vanished. The third experience I had happened again on one of my nights off. I walked up the stairs to my bedroom, and right before I put my foot on the landing to the hallway, I heard a woman's voice say behind me, "Hello?" I was home alone when I heard this disembodied voice behind me, and the voice sounded like that of a young to middle-aged woman, mid-20s to early 30s. As soon as I heard the voice, I glanced behind me and saw there was no one there, and bolted to my bedroom. The fourth experience leading up to that one made me move out. It happened in the kitchen. One day after work, I was in the kitchen preparing a meal, when all of a sudden I heard a loud bang come from the basement. The sound I heard almost sounded like someone taking the lid to the washing machine and slamming it down as hard as possible. The only other person in the house at the time was my roommate, and I could see he was taking a nap in his recliner in the living room. I decided to go down to the basement to check out the sound. The basement always gave off a really heavy and oppressive vibe. No one liked going down there, but that's where we had our washer and dryer, as well as furnace and storage. The light to the basement was at the top of the basement stairs, and I grabbed a big flashlight that we kept under the sink for good measure. Then I turned the light on the top of the stairs and slowly descended down into the basement. As soon as I started down the stairs, I noticed how freezing cold it was. It was so cold I could see my breath. This alone made me stop. The feeling of uneasiness growing in my stomach with each passing second, and I stood on the steps for a few seconds when all of a sudden the light at the base of the stairs began swinging back and forth, and then after a few seconds the back and forth became a circular motion. The circles began to get more and more violent, to the point where the light fixture looked as if it may snap off. At this, I ran back up the stairs and into the kitchen, and shut the door to the basement behind me. From that day forward until I moved out, I did my laundry at the laundromat, because I was too scared to step 1 foot back into that basement. The next experience was the straw that broke the camel's back. For context, I would typically take a nice hot shower after work as part of my after-work unwinding process. One day after work, I was doing my typical routine of taking a shower. After my shower, I wrapped myself in my towel as I normally did and went right into my bedroom. I sat down on the edge of my bed, and a moment later felt the bed move slightly, as if someone had put additional weight on it. I looked around and didn't see anything. I thought it was just my imagination and began to brush it off when the bed moved again. It was then that I looked to my left and felt someone sit down next to me. And it wasn't only that I felt them sit next to me, I watched in horror as an impression where someone sat down formed next to me into the mattress. I jumped back, scrambled over to the other side of the mattress and pressed myself against the wall, never taking my eyes off the compressed spot. That was until the thing moved towards me. I saw it as it moved slowly towards me. There were smaller compressions, as if it were crawling on all fours, and I screamed and began to try to get off the mattress with one arm holding my towel around my body. At this point, the whole mattress began to vibrate, and mind you, this was just a regular full-sized mattress, and I was the only one home. As I tried to crawl off the end of the mattress, the whole bed seemingly lifted, and in this moment, I let go of the towel and held onto the mattress with both arms as it jumped and shook, as if someone was shaking the mattress as violently as they could. The best way I can describe the way the mattress was moving is if you've ever seen those rope workouts where people shake giant ropes in alternating wave motions. The whole mattress was moving in a powerful unilateral or alternating wave motion, with both long sides of the mattress moving up and down in such a way that would have been impossible for a human to do. The violent shaking lasted, 10 seconds or so, and then abruptly ended. Right when the mattress fell limp, I grabbed my now half towel and my car keys that were on the hook by the door and bolted out the house. It was broad daylight, but I ran out wet, half naked, and with my keys. I didn't even take the time to find my phone or shoes. I ran down the stairs and flew out the back door. I hung out in my car until Chris got home. I remember just sitting there trying to catch my breath and do my best to calm myself down. When Chris got home, I told him about it. I went in long enough to grab a pack for a few nights away and got a hotel room. When I went back, I apologized, but told Chris there was no way I could live there after what happened. Given the previous happenings in the house, Chris was understanding, and there were no hard feelings. I was saddened to learn Chris had died in that house only a few years after I had moved out. He was 27 with no history of illness. It had been his parents who found him after a week of not hearing from him. Supposedly, Chris had died from complications with the flu, and he was discovered passed away, sitting in his favorite chair in the living room. Chris did not get another roommate and had been living alone since I moved out. I think about him from time to time and pray he's living it up wherever he is now. I will say one last thing though. Although I never looked into the history of the house, I always felt that there were two entities in there, one good, one bad. I believe the good one was responsible for the powdery perfume scents that occasionally filled the air and the disembodied voice in the orb, while the evil one was responsible for the violently swinging of the light, loud banging noises, and the mattress incident. That is completely up for speculation, of course, and not something we will ever know. One thing I do know is this: the things I experienced while living at that house have changed my life forever. And thank you for listening to my story. South Dakota. Like most people who grew up in South Dakota, I lived on a farm. There was a railroad track that ran parallel to the pasture out behind our house about a half-mile away. We rented the field on the other side of the tracks and owned the land on both sides of the railroad to the east. In the summer at lunchtime, my mother would pack up a lunch for my father, throw us children into the pickup truck, and drive us out to the field where he was working. Once we had arrived, we'd watch him on his tractor to turn around at the edge of the field and slowly make his way back to us. Then our parents would sit together and talk as he ate his lunch. It was so boring. My brother and I were too young to be left home alone for all this time, but my mother didn't want us playing in the field either. It's too easy for small children to get lost in tall fields of wheat and corn, and there are also lots of snakes and creepy crawlies in there. One time a huge grasshopper flew out of the field and directly into my poor mother's ear. Each time we got into the truck at lunchtime, my brother and I had one prayer: let our father be working near the railroad tracks. If the field was near the railroad tracks, our mother would let us climb up the embankment and walk along the railway. She could easily see up there, and we enjoyed trying to balance on the narrow rails and see who could walk farther before falling. Occasionally, we'd even find loose spikes or cool glass insulators. After father had his lunch, we'd beg our mother to let us visit the little fellow's grave. The story was that a young boy belonged to the family of the day laborers that worked along the railroad tracks in the 1800s. Not much is known about the little fellow, except that he loved trains. Whenever the train came by, the boy would run to the tracks and wave at the conductor. Rain or shine, day or night, the child would always be there waving when the train came through. The conductor, called Big Bill Chambers, loved children, and waving back at the little boy quickly became the highlight of his day. Then after several months, the boy wasn't there, he simply disappeared. Eventually, Big Bill Chambers stopped in the nearest town and asked about the boy, and to his sorrow he discovered the child had contracted smallpox and passed. The crew of day laborers fashioned a coffin out of heavy planks and buried the boy near his beloved railroad, then moved on. No one remembered the boy's name, nor knew what became of his parents. Big Bill marked the gravesite with a large granite stone, and for the next 40 years, he brought flowers to the grave on Memorial Day. After Big Bill died, his son-in-law paid a local Rotary Club to continue the tradition. Later, his granddaughter took up the tradition and paid for the site's maintenance until she too passed away. And after that, the Rotary Club continued to care for the gravesite free of charge. My brother and I loved this story. We loved looking at the little fellow's grave, and whenever we heard the train whistle, we'd get on our bicycles and frantically pedal the half-mile down to the railroad tracks so that we could wave to the train crew as they went by. It was in the late 1970s the railroad line was shut down. Teams came through and tore up the tracks, leaving the little fellow's grave all alone out on an empty spot of land between two fields. The local Rotary Club came in and put up a fence so the grave would remain undisturbed, and they continued to come out each Memorial Day and lay a wreath on his grave. But for the rest of the year, the little fellow rests there alone, forgotten, and far from the sound of the railroad tracks that he loved so much. Kansas. I grew up in a haunted house. The house is located in Lawrence, Kansas, and was the first house my grandfather bought to raise his growing family. Everything from the stairs to the living room and dining room was original with the purchase, but as his family grew, so did the house, and he ended up building a garage, a living room, and a master bedroom with a bathroom. After my birth, my dad purchased the home from my grandfather to raise his new family. Everyone on my dad's side of the family has their own ghost stories about this house, but there are ones that I have to share. I was quite young when these happened, so most of this is a recount from my mum. My dad traveled a lot for work, so my mum was constantly alone in the house with her children, me, my older brother, and my younger brother. There would be nights that I would run into my mother, telling her that the ghost was playing with my toys. You know, the kinds of toys that have a lot of buttons and make a lot of noise and flashlights? Those kind of toys. She would go upstairs, walk into my room, and multiple toys all at the same time would be going off. She didn't know what to do besides sternly saying, "Knock it off, you're scaring the kids." But that must have been the trick, as everything would stop. The ghost, which my family referred to as John, seemed to be more curious than anything. He would hide shoes, flip through TV channels, even going as far as to turn it off while we watched, and play with our blinking toys. We ended up getting cats in my teen years. We would witness cats staring up the steps as if they were looking at someone. One cat actually hissed at what appeared to be nothing. On one occasion, my mum had swatted me on the butt for something that I did, and a vase shot across the room. My mum described it as not just getting knocked over, but shooting and smashing against the wall on the other side. She probably thought about that every time she thought about spanking me again. Years later, after I had moved out of my parents' house, I moved in with my boyfriend, now husband, his best friend and his girlfriend, who is now his wife. We rented one house in Kansas City, Kansas, with separate living spaces. The best friend and girlfriend, who I will now refer to as the roommates, were upstairs, and my husband and I were downstairs, each with its own bathroom and kitchen. While none of us could place it, we all had a weird feeling about the house. Some of us chalked it up to the neighborhood we were in, while the others felt it was something else. One night, while my husband and I were watching a movie, I saw what looked to be the shadow of a person walking in front of our floor lamp that was set behind the TV. My eyes shot over to it as soon as I saw it, and while I didn't see anyone, I could see the lamp slowly swaying back and forth, as if someone had just bumped into it. It was a heavy lamp with a marble base, and wouldn't move easily unless it was touched or bumped. I asked my husband if he'd seen it, but since we had just started getting into listening to scary stories, he thought I was messing with him. But sure enough, he could also see the lamp slightly swaying back and forth until it came to a complete stop. We never saw anything in that house again, but our roommates did. On 2 different occasions, they talked about how they saw a blue orb floating in the middle of their bedroom in the middle of the night. They both saw it at least on 1 of those occasions. Rhode Island. When I was 21, my stepfather lost his battle with pancreatic cancer. I managed to make it back there to be with him when he passed, and after the funeral I asked my mum if I could have the hockey action figure he kept on his desk to take home with me. The action figure itself has a story behind it. My stepfather had bought it for me when I was 15, and it was meant to be a gift for me for making my confirmation as I was brought up Catholic. I never ended up making my confirmation because I did not and still do not believe in the Catholic faith, and have refused to publicly commit to something I didn't believe in because it just felt wrong. My family on both sides were not happy about this and tried to bribe me with gifts and money, but I stuck to my guns. I was aware that my stepfather had brought this hockey figure for me, and I really wanted it. But when I refused to go through with the ceremony, he kept it on top of his desk and refused to give it to me, because he said that I should have gone through with it, with making my confirmation for my family whether or not I believed in it, which really confused me since he wasn't even Catholic. He saw it as more of a respect thing than a religious choice, and as the years progressed, I think it became something of a joke. The player the action figure was of was an inside joke between us anyway, as I have a collection of all his cards and posters that my stepfather had bought for me, and the player was only in the NHL for something like 3 years. He's not all well known or popular anyway. That action figure stayed on my stepfather's desk for years, and he refused to give it up on principle. Then after he passed, I wanted it as a memento of our relationship and to add to the rest of the collection he had given me. I went upstairs to his desk to retrieve it, where this thing had sat for years and it wasn't there. No one else would have a reason to want it or move it. It literally had no value to anyone in our family except me. As the day progressed, I became more and more upset that I couldn't find the hunk of plastic, and I obsessively checked over the whole room multiple times. As a last resort, I asked my mum for permission to go through the inside of his desk in case he had put it in one of the drawers, but it wasn't there either. I even got my siblings to look with me just in case I had missed it, but it had vanished. The next day I decided to have one more look all over the room, and inside the desk I didn't find the figure. But within one of the desk drawers I did find a photo of my stepfather and his ex-wife at their wedding, which she had kept for sentimental reasons. I knew my mum would have absolutely lost her mind if she had known about this picture, as they had massive blowouts over the years about things he had kept from his previous marriage for sentimental reasons, so I put it in my pocket and gave it to my stepbrother, asking him to make sure to get it out of the house without my mum finding out about it. The next time I went upstairs, the action figure was on the desk where it had always been, almost as if it had never been moved at all. No one else had been up there. Multiple pairs of eyes confirmed it hadn't been there when I was looking for it previously. It had just come back. I think he probably wanted me to get rid of the photo before it broke my mum's heart. He'd probably intended to give it to one of his children before he died, as it was of him and their mother, but they never really got to know how sick he was until the end, and rarely visited, so he never got the chance. I'm not gonna lie, my stepfather and I rarely saw eye to eye, but he was a thoughtful man, and I know that he always had my best interests at heart. And I'm glad that in the end he decided to let me have the hockey figure, and now it sits on my shelf in my home, being an odd treasure with an odd story. There have been other instances where I feel like my stepfather has made his presence known to me over the years, but these are stories in their own right. Arkansas. My experience took place in Independence County in the mid to late 90s when I was around 10 years old and in the 3rd grade. I actually still remember our exact address to this house despite being very young. We lived in this house for only a few years due to the crazy things we experienced. I was the youngest of 3 children and shared a bunk bed with my older brother, while my sister had her own room on the opposite side of the house. My parents had a tumultuous and toxic marriage, with my stepdad being an abusive alcoholic. The house had beautiful all-wood floors, so it started off relatively small. But my brother and I always heard talking late in the night while we were sleeping. There was no bedroom that shared walls with another bedroom, and these voices were clearly heard, not muffled, from another room. We also didn't have another house bordering ours close enough to hear speaking. At first, we all kind of chalked it up to people walking outside or the TV. We didn't have TVs in our bedrooms back then or anything else, which is why Christmas was great, because we got Walkmans. I would wear them at night to try and drown out the talking, and sometimes it helped. The conversations never made sense to us. We could hear them clearly, but we couldn't always make out what they were saying, and they would move from room to room. I've forgotten most of that in comparison to the other memories. It was creepy, but the conversations were never threatening or violent or anything like that, so it was easy to write off. Around this time, we also got a phone gifted to us from my grandmother, as at the time she worked in a funeral home doing makeup for the deceased. The phone actually came from the funeral home, either from their home phones or something they received from one of the deceased. So we were never sure if the phone was messed up by something attached before our home or something from our house. But every night at 10:15 exactly, the phone would ring, sometimes a half ring, other times a full ring, and these were not programmable phones. They were old phones that had normal buttons and no display. So we called the phone company to see who was calling, but they said there wasn't any record of any call coming in at that time. We were transferred a bunch to try and figure it out, but they all came out completely useless. There was no alarm or alarm set to ring, and zero trace of anything coming up. We'd turn the ringer down. It didn't matter, it would still ring. We'd unplug the phone, and it would still ring. One night specifically, my dad got angry. He ripped the front off the cradle of the phone and ripped the wires out, proudly stating, "Now, bet we get a full night's sleep." He laid down very satisfied with himself, only to be jarred awake at exactly 10:15 by its ringing. My brother and I heard it and went running in there, shocked to see the phone perfectly intact with not a wire out of place. But the next morning, it was just as torn apart as when my stepdad had handled it. Was it a shared dream? I'll never know. But it wasn't before long after that the phone went to the dump and we got a replacement one, and there was never an issue with the new one, which led us to a conclusion that whatever was wrong with it came from where it was previously. We'd been having other smaller incidents all during this time, like hearing voices, footsteps, giggling, doors closing, shadows, but probably one of the more serious was one evening when all 5 of us were in the living room watching TV. Again, it's the 90s, so we only shared one TV. We were probably watching America's Funniest Videos or Unsolved Mysteries, and my stepdad got angry about something minor. He began yelling and shouting at us, then he got up off the couch, stormed off into and down the hallway and to his bedroom. The 4 of us were all still sitting in the living room, but now more subdued and not making a sound. So all 4 of us pretty much jumped out of our skin with fright when we hear my stepdad squeal, which is a sound we'd never heard from him, and then he shouts several expletives along with some very loud crashes and thuds. Then this grown man comes barreling out of his bedroom, down the hall and looking at us accusingly. But the man was as pale as a ghost and trembling, literally trembling. Again, I must stress, it's something we had never seen him do our entire lives. He worked road construction and was very tan, very fit and strong, so the sight put the fear of God in us. He was shaking so hard he could barely get words out or point a finger. But he demanded to know which one of us went in there, grabbed him, and then shoved him hard into the wall. We were all staring, mouths open, too stunned to speak. We just kind of shook our heads, which made him repeat the demand, telling us we'd better tell him now or he'd whoop our asses. So we all said that none of us did it. We were right there, none of us had moved a muscle. Then my sister, who was the only one really allowed to talk back to him without repercussion, jumped in. She explained that none of us had moved, and that furthermore, it would have been impossible for us to have gotten up and followed him down the hall into the bedroom and touched him, then turned around, make it back to the living room before him, and that even if we could have done it, there was no way he wouldn't have seen us at some point. So, he let it go. But he explained that once he made it into the room, something grabbed him by the shoulder and then shoved him hard into the wall, causing him to stumble over and fall to the ground. Then he got up and was trying to run out, and something he couldn't see tripped him. So that was definitely terrifying. The next and last big event happened one morning during breakfast. All 5 of us were in the kitchen at the table eating pancakes and bacon. My brother and I were arguing over who got the syrup first, and we were ordered to knock it off. So we engaged in silently shooting ugly looks at each other, which in turn distracted me while pouring the syrup. I got too much and spilled some off the side of my plate. This infuriated my stepdad, who began screaming and cussing at me, telling me to watch what I was doing and say something about me being an idiot. Obviously, he said it a lot. He kept ranting and raising his voice at me, and I struggled not to start crying, and my mum was trying to wipe it up. Then we heard all these loud crashes and the sound of shattering glass from the living room, so we all jumped up and ran in there. Now this is a very large living room because it had technically been 2 rooms together, one half being the dining room and the other the living room. My mum had these 3 glasses shelved, stacked one directly over the other on the wall, so they were stacked like a bookshelf, but they weren't attached. They were affixed to the wall with a brass bracket and screws. Now each of these shelves was full of all these glass knickknacks and figurines that my mum had bought and painted herself. As we watched with our own eyes, every single figure that was on the middle shelf was thrown from that shelf clear across the room, hitting the opposite wall and shattering to pieces at the base of it. I cannot stress how far apart these walls were, but they were far away. There was simply no way they would have shattered that hard against the wall unless they were thrown by a very strong force. But there was no one there, and we witnessed it. When it was all said and done, everything that had been on the middle shelf now lay at the base of the opposite wall. The shelf itself hung perfectly straight, as it had been, like nothing had happened or touched it. It wasn't moving, leaning, tilted, or anything, and anything on the top or bottom remained totally untouched. We were too stunned to speak. We had started to notice a sort of pattern at the very end. Stuff seemed to really happen when my stepdad lost his temper and began to yell at us kids. But we found a new place to live before long and basically took a vow of silence. It was kind of an unspoken truce that we would never speak of these incidents again. We were in a very religious family, and it was completely forbidden to speak about such things as they were the work of the devil or witchcraft. It took years and years until we spoke of it, and by the time we were all adults. But we were told something interesting by the people who owned the house when we moved, and it weirdly made sense in a way. They told us that long ago, the land our house was built on, basically the whole block of the neighborhood, was a children's home. It was like an orphanage, but one day a fire broke out and pretty much burnt it to the ground. They said some of the children and a couple of the adults never made it out of there and perished in the fire. So to us it made sense now why all these things happened directly after my stepdad began being a jerk. I don't know whether it was the adults or the children or both, who took offense to the mistreatment of kids. This is a fact we'll never know. Wisconsin. For some context, I live in a suburb outside of Milwaukee, and this happened to me in 2014 when I was 24. At the time, I was dating a longtime friend from when I lived in Michigan called Tom. This took place on one of the weekends that he came to visit. On this particular night, we were in my room with the lights off watching a paranormal show, probably The Haunted, because I was very into it at the time. My door was closed, as is my habit, and I mention this as it will become important later. My parents and son had gone out to town and left my brother Derek and I by ourselves. He's only 3 years younger than me, and we have similar interests, so have always got on well. The night this occurred, my brother was at work with another mutual friend called Josh, and after 9 they were getting a pack of beer before coming back to our house. I feel it's important to note that Tom and I were not under the influence of any illicit substances, hence waiting for the beer. The two of us had just finished a second episode and were picking a movie to watch next instead. My garage door makes a beeping noise inside the house whenever it's opening. I don't know why my dad installed that because our garage door is loud enough as it is, but I digress. Looking at the time, we noticed it was early to expect Josh and Derek home, but it's not unheard for them to get off early, so we didn't think much of it. Tom and I both heard the front door squeak open and footsteps walking into the kitchen. The sound of talking and laughing could be heard, and the sound of cans being opened. We listened for a moment, and the footsteps went back out to the garage. Assuming they'd gone out for a smoke, I decided to join them. Tom came along even though he didn't smoke. The first thing we noticed was that the garage door wasn't open despite us not having heard it close. You literally couldn't have missed it because the sound was so loud, made more so by the fact that my bedroom was just off it. But we mostly just brushed it off because it was odd, but not implausible after all. We had 100% expected to see my brother's car, however, but to our astonishment we saw no car, no brother, and no Josh. We were very confused, but unsure what to make of it. It was a hard one to wrap our heads around, but we assumed that they had left somehow, with stealth to be envied. That is until 2 hours later, when they did come home still wearing work uniform and carrying a case of beer. This time they did go out for a smoke on the porch and we followed. We asked them where they had gone earlier, but both Josh and Derek were adamant they'd been at work. Both Tom and I were very creeped out, because we had both been so convinced we'd heard them. We had no way to debunk what we'd heard. Now I understand the skepticism, because I myself approached the paranormal with a healthy dose of it. But what I find most compelling is that upon researching the phenomena, I discovered doppelgangers, who are said to be harbingers of unfortunate events. Some sources even say death. I'm inclined to believe this could be true because a short time afterwards, both Josh and my brother were involved in vehicular accidents. My brother was rear-ended on his motorcycle and Josh totaled his car, and by some miracle they only sustained minor injuries, but it does make you wonder. If I've learned one thing, is that there are things in this world that we will never fully understand. California. I was a 16-year-old girl, the oldest of 7 siblings who are technically my half-siblings, split between my mum and dad. At this time I was living with my dad, my stepmom Marge, and their 1-year-old son Evan. We had just moved into a bigger house because of Evan being born, and we were still unpacking. The atmosphere at home was tense because my dad and Marge were attending marriage counseling due to his affair. The decision to buy a house during this time only added to the confusion and discomfort. They had these sessions for 2 days a week on Mondays and Thursdays, and they would be gone for about an hour to an hour and a half at most. I was left home alone to watch Evan, which I didn't mind because it wasn't that long and I loved spending time with him. I remember we were in the living room watching a movie he loved. I can't remember what it was now, but it was nice to be watching TV and playing with him. It must have been around 4 p.m. on a Thursday. And I was making him a snack when I heard this loud thump from our garage. I thought maybe our parents were home early, but I would have heard the garage door open. Now, I was and still am a pretty paranoid person and believe in the paranormal. So my first thought was, great, this house is haunted. I just ignored it, not wanting to give it attention, and was more focused on Evan. I gave him his snacks, and I went to sit on the couch. He was just playing with his toys and watching TV, so I decided to use this chance to go to the bathroom really quick. Now the house had 2 bathrooms, but one had something wrong with the toilet, so I had to use my parents' bathroom that was attached to their bedroom. I walked into their room and was just reaching the bathroom trying to be quick so I wouldn't leave Evan alone for too long. Then I heard the door that led to the garage open up, which was attached to a small laundry room, and I immediately turned around and rushed back, thinking Evan had somehow gotten into the garage. I ran out to look in the garage for him, but he wasn't in there at all. Confused and now completely scared, I was running back into the house when I saw Evan giggling and running past the laundry room/garage door. Feeling relieved that he was fine, I playfully ran after him. He ended up running to our parents' room, and I grabbed him using a jokey, stern voice and told him, "You scared me." That's when I looked up from the open bedroom doors and felt like I was going to be sick. Right there, in the hallway, peeking around the corner was this disgusting-looking man. His skin was oily and dirty, his hair this nasty brown that was slicked down onto his head with grease, and he had this gross, sickening smile on his face. He was looking at Evan specifically, with this look on his face that I can only describe as predatory, like he'd just caught fresh kill. I felt like I was going to faint, holding Evan tighter and starting to slowly back away. And that was when he ran towards us, and I just turned around and ran back into the bathroom. I couldn't close the bedroom doors in time. He was way too close to them for me to do it in time, so all I thought to do was to run into their large walk-in closet at the end of the bathroom. When I did, I slammed and locked it, thank God it had locks, and started to cry. I didn't know what to do, and at this point Evan had begun to cry because I was crying, and the man was screaming to unlock the door. I just pulled Evan close, and as far from the door as I could, putting my back to the door and shielding him. He continued to bang on the door, saying disgusting things about Evan like, "I just wanted to have fun with a little cutie, give me the boy and I won't hurt you. I promise I won't end him." And worse than I honestly don't want to repeat. I sat there, screaming and crying for help as I held my little brother. I felt so stupid for leaving my phone out in the living room and felt so useless, unable to do a damn thing to protect him. I was scared that the man would break down the door and take him away forever, and that we would never see him alive again. Suddenly the bangs and screaming stopped, and I stopped screaming for a minute. Then I heard him say something that has never left my mind since. "I'll leave him alone, if I can have you instead." I actually got so scared that I pissed myself. I just sat there, frozen in fear in a pool of my own pee, as what he said was ringing in my ears. But I knew either it was me or Evan, and I looked down at his crying face. He was so scared that he couldn't open his eyes and was shaking. I then gave his head a kiss, hugged him for what I thought would be the last time, and said, "Okay, please just don't hurt my brother. You can have me, I won't fight or scream. Just promise you won't hurt him." I could hear him laughing behind the door, and that scared me more. I felt so vulnerable, knowing I had no escape, but it was either me or Evan, and I'd rather it be me. I thought I had lived long enough to say I had a good life, but Evan was only 1. He'd barely started. Then I heard the man say, "I swear." I then hid Evan behind some clothes, told him to stay there until his mummy got home, and unlocked the door. I was so scared, but I didn't care what happened to me at that moment, so long as my baby brother would be unharmed and would live. I kept myself between the man and the door, but surprisingly, he did keep his word and just grabbed my arm, forcing me out of the bedroom to the garage door. I then heard police sirens coming up the street, and at that moment he let me go and ran out for the side of our house, where there was a door I didn't even know about. It led into the backyard, and apparently it was unlocked, and that's how he got inside. I then ran back into Evan, scooped him up in my arms and ran through the front door. About 3 cops were outside, and I think one sped off to go after the man. I didn't care. All I cared about was that Evan was safe. I ended up carrying him into the back of a cop car and crying, trying to say what happened and begging to help me call my dad. A nice officer ended up calling Marge and explained what happened. They both rushed home and practically snatched Evan away from me, who was still clinging to me and crying. They were so grateful he was okay. It turns out a neighbor saw the man lurking around our house and called the cops because they knew a family had just moved in. I explained all I could to the officers, who were really sweet and helped me calm down, and explained to my parents everything that had happened. My parents were of course scared and worried about us, but furious at me for leaving Evan alone in the living room. Marge was especially angry with me that I peed in their closet, and after the cops left I had to clean it up and out of the carpet. I honestly didn't care. All I cared about was that Evan and I were safe, and that hopefully that disgusting pervert would be caught. The next day after I got home from school, I found out the man was indeed caught, and it turns out he was a sex offender, having assaulted multiple boys before. It made me sick to know he had targeted my little brother. How he targeted him specifically, though, I wasn't too sure about, but that's all I remember detail-wise. I was just so grateful for that neighbor. If they didn't see that man, who knows what would have happened. This event sadly made my paranoia worse, and it really affected my life. I can never truly feel comfortable unless I relock any doors multiple times and still have nightmares about it from time to time. I can't even sleep unless I lock my bedroom door and have a metal bat underneath my pillow despite being 24. Evan, thankfully, doesn't seem to remember it, and now he's a happy kid. I haven't really seen him in years due to a bad fallout with my dad and stepmom, but I'll never forget that day. I wouldn't change what I did, and I still would give myself up to keep any of my siblings safe. South Carolina. My family and I moved to upstate South Carolina from north about 17 years ago. The house my parents bought had been newly built in a quiet neighborhood. It used to be nothing but farmland in the area, as I did my research when we moved in. My dad at the time had to travel back to tie up loose ends on our old house that had been sold and was working his final 2 months at the job. Meanwhile, my mum and sister were moving into our new house and we were trying to get settled in. The first 2 weeks felt out of place. It just didn't feel as homey and warm yet, but I just brushed it off as a new home. My parents' bedroom was towards the back of the house, and my room and sister's were towards the front. I didn't find out about my mum's experiences until maybe a few months later, but what she did share with me gave me chills. My mum had always had vivid dreams, to the point where some of them seemed like their premonitions. She said that the first week, every night she'd have vivid dreams of a little boy and girl visiting her at the end of her bed. She described the clothing they were wearing. The girl had on a white bonnet and a cream-colored nightgown. The boy had a hat similar to a paperboy hat and was dressed in a 17 to 1800 period outfit. They were between the ages of 5 and 9. She didn't feel like they were evil, but more playful, and she would playfully throw her pillow at them, and they'd run away and come back. My mum also said on some nights, when she was half awake, half asleep, she'd hear the sound of horse and carriage galloping along the backyard and stomping outside her bedroom window. The sound was so real, she'd wake up out of bed and peek out the window to see who was there. Of course, there was not a soul in sight but pitch darkness. This didn't happen just once, but several more times. My parents are from Laos, a country in Southeast Asia, and they're not knowledgeable about Civil War era. I explained to my mum about the war between the North and South that took place in the US. The sounds she was hearing were probably residual sounds from when Confederate soldiers were marching through the area before they went into battle. Her experiences creeped her out so much, she went to see a local monk, and he advised her to do the following. Go to the end of our property line in the backyard by the big trees. Bring offerings like fruits, vegetables, bread, and water on a platter or in a basket. Walk out there with the offerings, light incense and speak to the spirits, letting them know this is your home now and that you mean them no harm. Soon after she did the ritual, she had no further experiences. She didn't dream about the kids at the end of her bed or hear any sounds of marching soldiers outside her windows ever again. So I guess it worked. Montana. The summer of 2008 was a rough time to graduate from college. I had just spent 4 years getting a degree, only to find that the job market had all but dried up. As bummed out as I was about being unemployed for the foreseeable future, I found a deep appreciation for backcountry camping and hiking that summer. Growing up in the Rocky Mountains and graduating from a college in western Montana, I was not a stranger to hiking or camping. But that summer it became an escape to the point of an obsession. Going on daily hikes and camping beneath the stars really helped my mental health while I worked out my life's purpose and my future. It was June and unseasonably cold, wet and cloudy. The daytime highs barely touched 50 degrees, and at night it dropped below freezing. Despite the weather, I had planned to hike around the Anaconda Range that week, and I wasn't going to let the weather deter me. My plan for the week, funnily enough, was to hike from Storm Lake, over Storm Lake Pass, and down to Upper Seymour Lake. Storm Lake, actually an alpine reservoir, is a challenge to get to and requires a 4x4 pickup and some skilled driving. The road is a narrow 2-track winding its way through thick pine forests. The way was slick with rain, but I made it to the top with little heartburn. I set up camp on the north shore of the lake and decided to do some fishing. It was miserable, it was cold and nothing was biting. But the best thing about bad fishing is that my thoughts were free to wander while I sat on the shore. The rain was a constant light drizzle and created a natural white noise. Time passed and my daydreams were cut short as a low rumble from up the canyon overtook the sounds of rain. The rumbling was not unlike a distant diesel engine. There are no roads that go beyond where I was camped, no machinery or vehicles that could be up that canyon. Maybe it's a plane, I thought, looking up into the rain clouds. But the sound wasn't getting closer or further away, and the sound wasn't above me. It came from beyond the lake and up into the canyon. The sound was stationary and constant. This was most certainly not a plane, or a truck, or a bulldozer. All of this wasn't outright scary, but nonetheless the hair stood on end while I sat there listening. After 20 minutes the rumbling faded away, and I was left again with only the sound of raindrops. Soon enough I caught a decent-sized trout, cleaned it, and headed back to camp to get ready for dinner. The fish cooked up fine, but to be honest I hate trout. It's edible, sure, but unappetizing. They taste like mud. I ate as much as I could and tossed the rest into the lake, building up my fire for the night. I sat back to enjoy the evening with a bit of whiskey. Night came first. The mountain ridges put the sun to bed early, and the rain clouds obscured the starlight. It was dark, really dark. The sounds of a crackling, warm fire and the rain bouncing off my tent were a great comfort and starting to lull me to sleep. I reminded myself I needed to build up the fire before bed. I walked over to my pile of scavenged firewood and grabbed an armful. Being away from the fire's crackling, I could pick up that all too familiar rumbling rising in the background. It was growing louder than before and closer. I may have had one too many pulls of whiskey and was tired and grouchy. The noise was ruining my camping trip and my buzz. Frustrated, I yelled into the darkness of night, "Hey, shut up!" Like a switch being flipped, the rumbling stopped, and so did the rain. My heart skipped a beat. I realized that was not a convenient coincidence. There was an intelligence out there, something sentient, observing me and responding to my screams, and I wasn't getting the most positive vibes from it. I threw all the logs on the fire and retreated back to my tent. More on edge than ever, I just sat there listening to the fire crackling, to my rapid breathing, and beyond that, the silence of the dark. Before this moment, I had felt alone but safe, and now I felt vulnerable and alone. Beyond where the firelight faded, I felt there were a million eyes in the dark watching me. My paranoia began to subside when the rain suddenly started again. Not a drizzle, but a massive downpour. And I was glad I had built up the fire, or it would have been snuffed out for sure. My tent was being pushed down by the force of the storm, and I thought about bailing to the truck, but I knew I'd be soaked to the bone instantly. Risking death or injury over getting wet is the kind of logic only whiskey can produce. I could feel the rainwater pooling and moving under my tent. The storm wasn't letting up. The urge to get into the pickup and drive away was ever more tantalizing, and I could always just get my stuff tomorrow. But I'd had a bit too much to drink. Driving, especially on that slick, muddy 2-lane track, would have been a death sentence, but I still needed a safer place to sleep than a wimpy tent. Grabbing what I could, I ripped open the tent flaps and ran to the truck. I was soaking wet by the time I was settled into the driver's seat and locked the doors, turning the heat on full blast. I hoped they would dry me out. It was going to be a miserable night. So I reclined my chair and tried to calm my thoughts with deep breaths. The rain wasn't letting up. I was warm from the heater, and I was riding the crest of a good whiskey buzz. The fire was still raging despite the rain, and kept the campsite well lit. I remember the truck's clock, reading 1:06 a.m. I blinked. It was only a moment, but when I opened my eyes, the rain had stopped. It was foggy and quiet. The once raging campfire now embers, and there was morning twilight to the east. The truck's clock now read 5:45. It was morning, but that couldn't be right. Almost 5 hours had gone in the blink of an eye. I must have passed out. My head was killing me. I didn't feel like I had drank that much to justify that kind of hangover. I turned off the truck and stepped out to survey the night's damage. My tent was completely flattened. The tent poles were shattered to pieces and everything was soaking wet. Smothering the remains of the fire, I dragged all my junk to the pickup truck and tossed it in the bed. My hike over the pass wasn't happening today. That was for sure. It was around 6:30 a.m. before I finished picking up camp, and as I climbed into the cab of my truck, I heard the rumbling again through the morning fog. I drove out of there as fast as I could down that muddy bobsled track of a road, and not once did I look in the rearview mirror. I've never been back to Storm Lake, and probably never will. Maine. This story is bizarre as hell. I still remember it clear as day. It was probably May 1st of 2005 in my hometown of middle of nowhere, Maine. I was 4 years old, with my father walking around the May Day festival. It's a small festival put on every year at the local high school with a bounce house, baked goods, face painting, fire safety teachings, and one lone paramedic in case anything were to transpire, and a few food vendors here and there. Now this specific year, they had a random clown doing balloon animals for all the kids, and I asked my father, "Will you get me one, Daddy?" He looked over at the clown, smiling, then down at me. "Why don't you wait here for a moment? Let me grab us some water and we can go together," he said, giving me a happy medium. I smiled up at him, but also being 4 and naive, I didn't listen. I marched my little legs over to the tall man who was probably 5'11", scrawny, had overalls with paint splatter and a red styrofoam nose, white base and a big red smile with blue grease paint smudged haphazardly around his eyes. Long, scraggly hair that only came down to the sides of his head, leaving a bald donut on top. I thought that's how clowns looked. He had white gloves, stained in brown and deep mahogany colors. I thought paint, but who knows at this point. He was making a giraffe for the boy before me, and I was too shy to interrupt, just kind of mesmerized. When he was done, I stepped forward very bashfully and stuttered out a weak, "Excuse me, sir?" His head whipped over to me, and his eyes almost stared through my soul. I couldn't see his irises, just black pupils. I was about to ask him for a sword or something when he reached down so quickly and grabbed my left wrist, yanked it up, and sank his teeth into my forearm. I was shrieking within a millisecond. The guy lets go of me and darts off down the back exits of the high school. I had a giant bite mark outlining my arm, and my father was by my side immediately. He looked up and saw the guy taking off down the road. He was mad, but just picked me up and ran over to the paramedics' tent. There were cops called. People surrounding us at the tent were trying to see my arm. In a small town like that, everyone has to be involved. This was pre-high-quality cell phone days, so no one was filming this or anything, but plenty of my hometown residents saw it, all horrified. Everyone who'd seen it had given a statement to the cops, including my dad. And after all these years, my father told me the event coordinators came up to him after my mum picked me up and said they never hired a clown for entertainment, nor did the cops ever find the guy. They told my dad it was probably some drugged-up junkie having a bad trip and took it out on me. My hometown has one of the worst drug epidemics in the state, so it wouldn't surprise me. Irony of this whole story? My mum sent me to circus school when I was in middle school, and she also started an animal-free circus made entirely of puppets. You could say I now have clown DNA. Alabama. When I was in my early childhood, I had an adult neighbor who would watch me from his front yard. His name was Earl, and despite never playing golf, he often accidentally hit balls into our yard, watching me retrieve them. Earl gave off a strange vibe and made me feel weird, but a bunch of adult men made me uncomfortable, and I thought that was normal. Later in my preteens, he appeared outside our house, drunkenly rambling to my dead grandmother in the middle of the night. I had noticed one day that he had stopped coming outside. I stared at his house and felt this uneasy feeling. It almost made me sick. His yard was overgrown, but I guess he didn't have anyone who cared about him to check up on his well-being. Me being a curious, stupid kid, I decided to venture into Earl's home alone, just to see if he was okay. I pushed open the door with surprising ease, not expecting it to be unlocked. And the first thing to hit me was the overwhelming stench that permeated every part of my body. It was so foul, almost like a physical force I had to push through to make my way through the house, which was, unsurprisingly, a disaster. I called him by name and received no answer. I walked through what I could only assume amongst all the trash was supposed to be the kitchen. There was food that looked almost fresh on the table. I walked a little further into the bedroom, and this room smelled the worst. I'll never forget the smell, and I made the mistake of picking up the top mattress on Earl's double-bedded mattress. That's where I found his decomposing corpse, rotting in between the two mattresses. There was nothing to identify him, as his skin had melded with the mattress itself. That's when I heard something shuffling in the darkness. I got so scared I almost didn't run, but somehow my legs started running for me. Even now, I know that's the fastest I've ever run. It's the fastest I will ever have run. I didn't learn any details until later when I was talking to my sisters. The guy who ended Earl's life was squatting in the house. He had no motive for doing so, it was just convenient for him. The food I'd seen on the table was his. The killer was in the middle of eating when I went inside the house. He had ended Earl's life with a baseball bat and pressed him between the mattresses, and he had died the same night he came to our yard yelling at my dead grandmother. My discovery was about 2 weeks in an 109-degree heat summer. Minnesota. Located on farmland outside of Wilmar, Minnesota, is a place called Dead Man's Hill. that has been haunted for many, many years, dating back to the era before the Civil War. At the time, there were several places in Minnesota associated with the Underground Railroad, the secret system to help slaves escape from the southern states. Many of these slaves settled into the northern regions of the country, while many others, like the ones passed through Minnesota, were on their way to Canada. It should be remembered that at this time, while the states in the north were considered free states and no slavery was practiced there, it was still legal for bounty hunters and slave traders to pursue escaped slaves in these states. If a slave, who was considered the property of his southern owner, escaped into a free state, he could still be found and brought back to his owner in the south. Such were the laws at the time that a ghost came to haunt Dead Man's Hill. Located on the farm outside of Wilmar was an American elm tree that marked the grave of a runaway slave who had died on the farm. The slave had made it as far north as Minnesota, where he was captured by a bounty hunter who had probably been promised a handsome reward for the return of the runaway. The slave was chained to a fence post for the night, but somehow, in the darkness, he managed to pull the post from the ground and escape again. The bounty hunter awoke, and the two of them fought until the slave beheaded his captor with the man's own sword. The next morning, the family who lived on the farm were shocked to find the body of the slave near their front porch, mortally wounded. He had managed to crawl to the house, dragging the fence post behind him. The family followed the blood trail to the top of a nearby hill and found the body of the dead bounty hunter. The bounty hunter was buried at the top of what became known as Dead Man's Hill, and the slave was buried next to the house where the tree was planted. A short time later, two men met unexplained deaths on Dead Man's Hill. The first man killed was that of a sharecropper who lived on the nearby farm. The other man was hired by the farmer's widow a short time later. Both men were attacked and killed on the hill by an unknown suspect, one that had left a trail of footprints in the snow, and which, by the trail left behind, had been dragging something behind him. It looked as though it had been the size of a fence post. The deaths were blamed on the runaway slave's ghost, who was said to be haunting the farmhouse where he had died. Items often disappeared from the house, only to turn up later, and occupants reported hearing the sound of the ghost on an alarmingly nightly basis. Usually the sounds would start near the hill and continue up to the house, a moaning and dragging sound mixed with the sound of rattling chains. The ghost was never seen, only heard, and his presence remained a frightful one for many years. It is said that strange things happen in the vicinity of the hill, but luckily no one else has met their death in that place, leaving some to wonder if the other two men that died may have had something to do with the slave's capture after all. Wilmar, Minnesota, is located in the south-central part of the state. The farm where Dead Man's Hill is located is private property outside of town. Arizona. I'm a female for reference, and this happened to me on my 13th birthday. My sister, my cousin, and I decided for my birthday we wanted to camp outside alone. My sister was 5 years older, so technically she was an adult but had not yet turned 18. My cousin was 15, and as I said, I was turning 13. My parents were worried about us going out too far due to the wild animals and people that now seem to live in state parks, and my parents decided that we would camp out on their friend's property since he owned 25 acres of land. We set up our tents and even built a campfire. All of us had been camping all of our lives, so we felt very comfortable in the woods. After we ate some beanie weenies that we heated up over the campfire, we laughed and joked and told a few scary stories before we all decided we were getting tired. We got into the tent after we put out our fire and laid down to scary stories we were telling each other. I think my sister fell asleep first, then my cousin, and we were all starting to fall asleep when I heard some leaves crunching. I didn't want to make noise by waking up my sister and cousin, so I sat there listening for a while. The footsteps seemed to stop, and I started to fall asleep again. Just as I was falling back asleep, I heard the footprints again and saw a shadow outside our tent. My feet were closest to the tent zipper, and I coiled them up out of fear. As I did that, a black glove hand came through the tent and began to unzip the zipper. I was gripped with fear and had no idea what to do. We didn't have any weapons except for a small knife, and at this point I have no idea where it even was. I was sweating, and as the hand slowly unzipped the tent, the other hand grabbed my feet. At this point I couldn't hold my terror and screamed as loudly as I could. My sister and cousin immediately woke up, looked over, and saw the hand on the tent and the other hand at my feet and began screaming as well. She stepped on the hand with her foot, and they made a grunt and ran off. We sat there for a few minutes not knowing what to do since we were not in our backyard. We were on my dad's friend's property. We opened the tent and took off towards the house. We ran so fast, crying, and began banging on the door. My dad's friend was there. He opened the door and told us since it was past midnight, we should just sleep in the basement, which was finished off and had a huge sofa with a bulkhead door that led outside. It took us forever to relax and try and fall asleep. We all slept close together until about 3 a.m. when a knock came to the bulkhead door. My sister thought it might be the owner, so she moved the curtain back before opening the door, and there was a person with a scream mask standing by it. When he saw her, he started to bang loudly on the door, and we felt like he was trying to break it down. My cousin ran upstairs and woke up the owner, who called the cops. We called my parents at the time, who came to get us, and they arrived shortly after the police. They looked around his property and found a campsite on the land where it was apparent someone had been staying, but they didn't find the person. Since then, I will not camp outside alone or without a weapon, and I encourage everyone to stay safe since the scariest thing in the woods, I feel, is other people. Louisiana. I was 12 years old. That's an imaginative age, I know, but hear me out. I was walking back home from the local community center. It was late, and being a cloudy night, it was dark. This was before everyone carried smartphones, and I had been intending to walk back before dusk, so no flashlight. I was going down a dirt road that turned off the highway. It was a shortcut. It would cut straight through the large curve of the highway. It was heavily wooded on both sides, and I was alone. As the protagonists of such stories usually are, I was moving with that nervous elasticity that can only be personified by kids in the dark. It was only about a quarter of a mile from the dirt road's end that I heard it. A quiet sob. I wasn't the bravest of kids, but I was at an age where I wanted to impress girls, and the sound was distinctly female. I followed the sound into the woods, making plenty of noise to avoid startling whoever she was. I came on a small clearing as the sound kept getting louder. It was still too dark to see much, but I felt when I was tackled to the ground. I heard it when a female voice snarled in my ear, "Make it stop!" I felt the hands around my throat as the refrain continued. I struggled, but I wasn't a particularly large kid, as she outweighed me. I reached for something, anything. My hands eventually found a loose branch, and I jabbed at where I assumed my attacker's head to be, and was rewarded with a screech. The weight lifted off me, and I was quick to roll on my feet and start running. My legs were short though, and it was only a few steps before a hand clawed at my wrist, dragging me back to the ground. It was then that I saw her, the cloud cover having shifted a bit. She was a tall woman with lanky, dirty blonde hair. She was pregnant, maybe second trimester, and she had the most unnerving expression. A kind of pained grin. I expected the hand around my throat, but instead the sob started again, along with the refrain to make it stop. I wriggled out from under her and started to crawl backwards, but she ignored me. I turned and ran, and the sound of her sobbing seemed to follow me. I eventually made it back home and told my mother, but she was skeptical. It was late and I was covered in mud and leaves, so she assumed I was trying to excuse some mischief, and I was promptly sent to bed. She had no choice but to believe me the next morning when the bruises on my neck became visible. She called the sheriff and I led them to where I thought was the same clearing, but there was nothing there. I never heard anything else about the woman, where she had come from, or what she wanted me to stop. I still think about her though, and don't go into the woods anymore if I can help it. Delaware. I grew up in the same small suburb where I still live today, 50 years later. My parents lived next door to my father's parents, and my mother's parents moved into the house one up the hill from there when I was in grade school. I had family all around, and unfortunately that also meant family that on both sides had hints of low-grade sensitivity to all things strange, primarily simpler things like quirky prophetic dreams and less endearingly death omens. This was normal to me growing up, despite the fact that it was only ever discussed in whispers amongst the women on both sides of my very Catholic family. As both of my parents worked, I grew up in my grandmother's house in the middle of more than any other, and it had habits, mostly harmless, often involving things simply vanishing into nowhere only to return a few days later. Whatever it was didn't take kindly to anyone who disrespected my grandmother. However, it stole the medication of a particularly nasty boarder she took on, only to have them appear caught up in the dining room chandelier 3 days later. It's stolen my perfume, it snagged $1 or $2, and now as my parents live in that house, it's taking a liking to swiping all of my mother's scissors. We had to buy her new ones every trip to the craft store for the past few years. It's important to remember that I grew up like that. It was just normal, weird, sure, sometimes funny, sometimes terrifying to a little kid having nightmares about something throwing things around its tiny bedroom that had been turned into a library, but really nothing to write home about in the end. So when I came home from college for the first time, my grandmother was in Italy. I stayed at her house for the space and privacy, and my best friend from high school joined me. She was also sensitive to things, but at the time we were in our early 20s, and were theatre kids to the core on top. We could be a little melodramatic and attention-seeking in the ways that were exhausting, so I didn't mention any of the house's weirdness. For about 2 weeks all was well. The house was behaving itself and hadn't pinched any of her things. Then, as we were going up the stairs, I felt a tiny prickle at the back of my neck, and simply knew that was about to change. In the middle of the night, I awoke to her leaping across the entire room into my lap. I am a tiny woman myself, a hair under 5 foot tall, mind you, screaming her head off about someone in the library throwing things and smashing around. To be clear, I wasn't afraid of this, but was very annoyed. Damn it, house. I'd never told anyone about it, and the confirmation that I was not entirely bonkers is sometimes more comforting, really, but it wasn't exactly a welcome thought. I then watched her track something across the room, and then her expression starts to soften, at which point she full-on screams. I have no idea what she's looking at. I see nothing, just floor and an old carpet. And she tells me that she saw a little orange kitten bubble into the room, sit down, start to groom its paws, and then vanish. Now, even I hadn't even remembered that my father as a child had a tiny orange kitten that sadly passed away after drinking garden chemicals in the garage. I hadn't even thought about that in years. It's not the kind of story I would have told my kind-hearted friend either, unless I had wanted to make her cry for no reason. I felt like I'd just swallowed a chunk of lead. We spent the next few days stumbling through attempts to figure out what was happening and didn't seem to come up with much.
We kept being drawn to a china cabinet in the dining room, and specifically a section of it that we finally realized was hidden from view behind the crown woodwork at the top. The only thing there was a portrait of my grandfather, who passed when I was in first grade and had been bedridden for years prior. He was always a kindly man, the very archetype of the loving grandfather straight out of a Norman Rockwell painting in the family memory, so this made no sense to us. I asked my father about it, and it's worth noting that my father is the most hostile to discussion of these subjects within the family. He clamps down hard enough that it doesn't feel as much like skepticism as a desire not to think on those things ever, if possible. He doesn't think of anything initially, and then a week or so later after dinner, he tells me that he remembered that as his father's health declined and dementia set in, he would often wander out of bed and into the library and not know where he was, and would call out, break things, knock over books in a way that matched the sound and feelings of anger and fear in the dreams my friend and I had, independently, about the library. The next time I was in the room, I just spoke to the empty air and talked a bit, telling my grandfather it was all right now and that he could go. It's been decades, and no one's had the dream since, and I hope he's found peace and light with my grandmother, wherever they are now. The second story is unrelated, save for the fact that after that, I decided I'd try to actually figure out why I sometimes knew things I had no business knowing. I sensed odd things and so on. A fair number of my friends at the time shared these interests, and so one night we found ourselves walking along an old abandoned railroad track to a tunnel where one friend insisted there was something. It's a charming little local railroad that every so often hosts rare tourist season rides through an area locally just referred to as the Valley. A sprawling and now often opulent suburb with a few lingering farms and estates. Make no mistake, this part of the state is genuinely beautiful, and when I was younger and gas much cheaper, driving through these back roads was a common pastime. We have our rumoured cult house back there, our phantom truck that chases people away related to the site, and the usual cluster of urban legends that most of us had friends swear they'd experienced themselves. He had neglected to mention that it ran through areas that had been parts of the battlefields during the American Civil War and Revolution, which, being fair, is almost everywhere in the vicinity, but the point stands. The further we go along the tracks, the more I can feel the feeling that something's watching us. But it doesn't really set me off, as I'm used to that and still do prefer to simply dismiss it as paranoia. Well, that was going well, until the horror movie classic erupts from a friend of mine's mouth. Guys? It was dark. I'm pretty sure she didn't see me wince. There are a bunch of soldier dudes just staring at us. The friend leading us is one of the most stoic people I've ever known, and he doesn't react at all. This is just old hat to him. I'm trying not to look as unnerved as I am, because I don't want to set my other friend who is seeing this into a panic. I ask her, are they doing anything but staring? No, they're just staring. I think it's going to be alright. Just let us know if they do anything else. I was winging it. It was the best suggestion I could come up with at the time, and it seemed to make sense. Creepy? Absolutely. Dangerous? Didn't really seem to be. I suppose I'd be curious who was tromping around in the middle of the night too if I were one of them. Thankfully, that was all, though we did need to take a moment to sit down and let our nerves settle while my male friend scouted up ahead for any other potential surprises. Finding none, he came back for us and we actually continued on until we crossed the final bridge to the tunnel. Being short and slow, I was the last off the bridge, and the moment my foot landed on the other side, something in that tunnel started growling in a way I felt in the very marrow of my bones. Nope. Fear of heights? Clumsy? Panicky? Yup. But I still got across that bridge at record speed and without hesitation. I have no idea what it was. The friend that led us there had been wandering for years and thought maybe we'd have some idea. I suppose he did learn one thing. It really doesn't seem to like me. I don't feel I need to know anything more about that at all.
Nevada. For context, I'm a guy living in a small town in Nevada. Now, this town can get a bit boring sometimes, especially if you're not into the whole gambling, nightlife thing. However, there are a couple of things I enjoy doing, like off-roading in my ATV or going for long hikes with my dogs, Buddy and Snoopy. Now, right behind my house is a desert that stretches out for miles, which makes it super convenient for me to walk my dogs because I don't have to worry about traffic or other civilians. I can just let them run loose and enjoy the open space. Now, there are also 2 large mountains a few miles from my house that I like to hike up. These mountains are only separated by less than half a mile. Now, during these winters, these mountains can be pretty rough. The first mountain was easier to hike because of the clear trail leading up to it, while the second was more rocky and steep. Now, the day before I went to this particular hike, the weather was horrendous. Almost everything was snowed in, and the wind was powerful enough to knock a semi-truck over. But by the morning, a lot of it had cleared, and the wind had settled down. Not the perfect weather, but I still decided to go for my hike. My dad didn't think it was a good idea to go alone, and he and my aunt joined in. Instead of taking the usual route to the first mountain, my aunt wanted to hike up the second because the sun was hitting that side. I was hesitant at first because of the steepness, but finally agreed and we were on our way. The desert ground was pretty muddy and the bushes were covered in snow. Light snowflakes were hitting our face and the sky was finally starting to clear up. As we approached the second mountain, we noticed tire tracks on the snowy trail that looked like they'd been there for more than a day. We thought it was pretty strange, because who would be out here driving in this weather? But we brushed it off. Now, one thing that intimidated me about this mountain were the sharp rocks on the trail that we had crossed. These rocks looked even more intimidating covered in ice and snow. Luckily, we carefully crossed these rocks and made it to the top of the mountain, exhausted, but we were just happy we achieved our goal. The top of the mountain didn't look as how I expected it to. There were food wrappers, beer bottles, and dead bushes everywhere, but I still enjoyed the view and began taking some pictures of the dogs and the scenery with the town in the background. However, I noticed both of my dogs examining and sniffing around a dead bush. I called them over, but they wouldn't listen. So I went to grab them, and that's when I noticed what appeared to be burnt pieces of cardboard scattered around in the dirt. I thought at first it was trash. When I looked down to examine the burnt pieces, I noticed it was a piece of what appeared to be a photograph, like those really old face portraits with no color. I could make out an eye in the piece that I picked up, and what was really strange was that the eye looked familiar. This sort of creeped me out. My father and aunt thought it was a bit weird but didn't think much of it, and they were all ready to head back home. We got about 3 minutes down the mountain, but something made me want to return and examine the piece again. My dad and aunt agreed, and we all grabbed the pieces and struggled to match them together because of how burnt and damaged they were. It was sort of like solving a puzzle. Now, with all the pieces assembled, this made out to be an 18 by 20 photograph. It was pretty big. We stepped back to examine it, and we were horrified, as it was a photograph of my deceased grandfather. I was speechless. Who would do something like this? It was like a scene out of a scary movie, where all the viewers yell at you to run. I didn't know what to think. My mind started racing. We had this exact photo in our house, and I thought it was the only copy. So seeing this picture here, I thought someone had broken in, stolen it, and was trying to send us a message. I thought my family back home were in danger, or someone was trying to play a very sick joke. We picked up all the pieces and got the hell out of there.
I tried to call my mum, and as we scurried down the mountain, my phone had no signal. My dad and aunt weren't as freaked out as I was. We had no energy to run, so we jogged our way back home as the wind was starting to pick up again and the sun slowly fading back to obscurity. The only thing on my mind was making sure my family were okay. I kept looking behind me because I was so freaked out of the situation, but thankfully nothing happened to us and we made it home and I saw my mum in the kitchen and my brother playing video games. She was confused as to why I was hugging her. That's when I finally explained to her the situation. I assembled all the pieces of the photograph and she was scared, as this was her father. She was as freaked out as I was, and I went to her room because I knew that's where she kept the photo of my grandpa, and it was still hanging on the wall undamaged. This puzzled me and my mum even more. She thought we were the only ones who had this photograph. My grandpa had lived in California all his life and was tragically gunned down there in front of his home by gang members. My mum was really small when his life was taken, and the guy who killed my grandpa were after my mum's older brothers too, so my family left town and settled here in Nevada. So the only explanation we had was that these guys found out where we lived and were trying to send us a message with the destruction of the photograph of my grandpa. That whole month we slept with one eye open and were very cautious of the things we did throughout the day. I no longer hiked up those mountains and would rarely come outside. I just wanted an answer as to who did this and what their intentions were. My mum wanted to share this with my grandma, but didn't want to frighten her. Eventually, though, she had to, and found out that my grandma had owned a copy of this same photograph too. But what my grandma told my mum about the photo shocked her. My grandma said she was responsible for the photo being out there. She said that on the night before we took that walk, she told one of my uncles to take the photo and destroy it, because she felt a strange presence with the photo being in the house. She said anytime she would look at it, she would catch the eyes staring at her, no matter where she was in the room. And that's why, when I had seen the eye from the picture out in the desert, it creeped me out, because I had seen them before. One thing I still sort of question is how my uncle drove all the way up that mountain in that weather in the pitch darkness. We told him the story and he verified it, claiming that his brother went out drinking and drove all the way up the mountain in the dark. And they were trying to get rid of the picture. He said he tried burning it, but the wind was really strong, so he resorted to tearing it apart with his hands. It was really tough getting up the mountain, but he wanted to get the photograph as far away from my grandma as she could. One thing that's still strange to me is how we ended up finding all the pieces. Like it was fate. I mean, I never would have climbed down this mountain if it wasn't for my aunt. It's almost like the photo had wanted to remain in the family. Like I said, the wind was really strong the night before, and it snowed a lot. Yet the pieces didn't fly away and weren't covered in snow. They were all just laying close to each other. It's odd, in my opinion.
Virginia. I've lived in Virginia my entire life, and I really like it here. It's a place rich in history, perfect for ghost stories. Growing up, I was never taught to dismiss the paranormal. In fact, I was taught that it was likely real, and that the house we lived in was somewhat haunted. We were a Christian family and went to church regularly. Although I no longer follow that religion, my upbringing has influenced my interest in the paranormal experiences I've had, and it will help explain some of the terms I'll use within my story. I have a sister who's 5 years older than me. Back then, we believed she had spiritual gifts and can see and feel spirits more than most. Looking back, I'm convinced we were right, but not necessarily because of any spiritual gifts. I think it had more to do with her being a Cancer and a female. My sister used to stay upstairs and my mum and I lived downstairs. My sister used to say that she could see a little girl sometimes. I don't remember all the details, but I recall black or dark hair. She didn't just see this figure once or twice, she saw it at multiple spots around the house and on the staircase that led to different stories within the house. There was another time when she claimed to see an entire family in the room with her, which I thought was a bit creepy. As I got older, I started making friends around the neighborhood, the type of friend you would hang out with all day and night for years on end. My house was the one we always went to, almost never going to anyone else's. People stayed the night so many times it was almost like they lived there, and over the years everyone supposedly had a little ghost encounter every once in a while, and any time we were going to hang out with someone new, we told them about how the house was haunted, often before it even came into sight. It would honestly probably make you laugh the way my friends and I spoke about the ghosts that we thought were there. It was almost like we were talking about someone else you just didn't see much. After some time, one of my friends moved to Japan for a few years before returning. When I was around 13 or so, I began smoking a lot of weed. That's what my friends and I did for fun. I had a job with flexible hours, so I was able to smoke almost as much as I wanted. And the reason I mention this is because I believed it led to the next part of my story. One day I started hearing voices, and it quickly became overwhelming. I thought people were watching me with cameras, and that some of my friends were out to get me. This went on for a while, and it changed me significantly, mainly because I didn't realize they were just voices for some time. I started staying up for days on end, fueled by 2019 Modern Warfare and Monster energy drinks. Eventually I discovered that the voices weren't real by kicking in the door of the person who I thought was watching me. They woke up yelling, and there were no lights on or anything. I could tell they had been asleep before. After the realization, I began binge-watching ghost videos. I don't know if it was related, but they made me feel really good and entertained, and I would watch almost nothing but ghost videos and horror stories. I took a strange pride in being able to stay up all night by myself watching Nuke's Top 5 and other scary YouTube videos. Some of my friends, on the other hand, still needed someone to accompany them to the bathroom, which was literally right beside the room because of the ghosts that we believed inhabited the house. I think I might have started watching too many for too long because I noticed I was kind of feeling a shift in energy. It just felt like, because I had it on all the time, I was somehow encouraging it to happen in my house. Eventually, my friend got back from Japan, and when he came over I was still doing the same thing, watching ghost videos all day. The reason I mention this is because my mum asked me if I thought he could have brought something back with him, as in a spirit. Maybe she could feel the shift too. I don't know, we spoke about a lot of paranormal stuff in our household. At this point, the house felt strange, almost bad or aggressive. It had a very different energy than before. We had cameras in some of the rooms, with one pointing down the hall towards the bathroom next to my room. You could only see in the bathroom when the door was open, so it wasn't invasive. And one day my friend and I went to the mall, and when we returned, the bathroom mirror, which had been securely velcroed to the wall with 4 patches for years, was lying on the ground. When we checked the cameras, we were unnerved to see that the mirror hadn't fallen, it flew across the room instead of dropping straight down. It moved a couple of feet sideways before hitting the ground, clearing the entire countertop and then some. To give you a better idea, the mirror wasn't much higher than the sink, yet it still managed to travel a significant distance before landing. At another time, my mum thought she saw my sister walk around the staircase and go into the kitchen where I was. She came in looking for her, and I told her that she didn't come through. At that time, my sister had a mini house in the backyard, so she most likely had never been inside the house that day. My mum said she saw a girl's hair and the silhouette of a girl walking around to where I was, but there was no one there, and I didn't see it. Eventually, the house burnt down, and we stayed in a hotel for a while before I moved to my dad's house. I had a couple of weird things happen at the hotel after messing with a fake Ouija board I made with cardboard and placing chicken wing bones on it as a joke. I still kind of blow some of it off as I was tripping. One time it was like a moving black mass on the ground. Another time it was a very fast black thing that touched me a few times. But I don't want to say it was 100% real, because it wasn't creepy at all, and I might have just been tripping. But the scariest thing that happened was at my dad's house. I'd been staying there for a year or two and everyone had some sort of paranormal experience. My half-brother's room was right next to mine and he had someone living with him in the room. One night, I felt kind of weird and it was creepy, but I decided I was in the mood for something crazy that night. My dad's house was in the country and had a kind of long driveway with a turn, and it had trees around it on the side that faced the road. I walked down to the mailbox at around 2 or 3 a.m. and stopped. I thought something seemed very different that night. I got to the end of the driveway and stopped. I was changing the music on my phone, but felt very off-put, and I heard this thing that I could only describe as sounding like one of those bulls in comic movies, the ones with 2 legs and were jacked. It sounded super heavy, and if I were to guess, it sounded like it was running at least 60 miles an hour. The direction it came from was strange too because there was a fence and a lot of stuff that would have been in the way. I remember feeling it run past me very quickly and saw something black move fast. I didn't see it for enough time to describe what it was though. I started walking back to the house because I was very confused. I believed in the paranormal, but that was such an experience. I wasn't even scared for some reason. It was like it was so real it wasn't ghostly. I guess you could say I didn't feel threatening either. But anyway, once I got around to where the cars were parked, I saw a tall dancing shadow kind of skipping forward where the cars were. It had a weird animation type look, and I thought that was kind of creepy, so I sped up a little bit to get inside. I laid down on my bed for a while, and then heard a loud thud from the next room, and I texted the guy next door and asked if they were okay. And he said something pushed him off his bed, and when he went to get up, he hit his head on the refrigerator. I told him about what happened, but he had had a lot of experiences of his own, so he wasn't very alarmed. The next day, my sister came over because it was the weekend and told me that one of our grandparents had passed away. Eventually, I moved to where my mum was staying in the country in an RV on someone's farm. She had a weird experience while putting stuff in an old mini house that the man was letting us use for storage. It was on one of the first days I was there. She said it sounded like a tornado came through and shook the entire thing. She said she hadn't been scared in that way in a long time and came out and asked me, who was a few hundred feet away, if I was in there, and I told her I hadn't been. I ended up yelling at the entity, telling it had no business scaring my mum, and later when I was walking down the long dirt road we lived on, I heard the bull thing run at me again. We lived next to a large farmhouse that wasn't in use most of the time, and my mum and stepdad had some weird things happen there too. After a while, a guy moved in there, and he would complain that he would keep hearing a woman start stomping and yell, "Don't touch my stuff," when he was moving some of the older things. Of course, he was the only person living there. He'd looked for ghosts but had never seen anything at all. It was honestly a very large collection of strange experiences that I'm glad are behind me now. North Carolina. Years ago, when I was a little boy, my family had gotten together for a sort of reunion camping trip. Even though we were in a park with accommodations and even a zoo, so it really didn't feel like camping. Regardless, we were all having fun and enjoying each other's company. Everyone knows that you can't go camping without some scary stories next to a campfire, so we did just that. My uncle tells a story that gets some eye rolls. My brother tries his best to be as scary as a 14-year-old can be when telling his made-up story, and for the most part, nothing really unnerved anyone. Eventually, my mother looks up and says, "Hey Mum, I know you have something spooky up your sleeve. Why don't you give it a go?" We all look up to my grandmother with anticipation, and she thinks for a moment before sharing her tale. A long time ago, before my grandmother and grandfather had any children, they were on the road driving home from a concert a few towns over from their home in Hickory, North Carolina. It was late at night, and my grandparents were tired and ready for some rest at home. They were driving through an old back road since the interstate highways hadn't been built yet,
My grandma said she was drifting in and out of sleep in the passenger seat when she noticed something that shocked her wide awake. Just emerging into view was a bright orange light up in the road, which slowly grew in detail as they approached. There, on the side of the road, was a stopped car, completely engulfed in roaring flames, sending a column of smoke up into the sky. My grandma yelled for her husband to stop the car so that they could help, and as they pulled over, the only other car out there was also stopping to assist. With a deadly serious tone, my grandma said that when the car came to a stop ahead of the crash, she got out of the car and turned around to see nothing. The blazing vehicle had vanished. Dumbfounded, my grandparents slowly walked over to the spot where the car should have been, and yet there was no smoke in the air, not even a single scorch mark on the pavement. The other driver had also walked up at this point, and my grandma said all they could do was stare at the scene in utter disbelief. After some pacing back and forth and exchanges of, "Did we really just see that?" to one another, everyone gets back into their cars and resumes their drive. All of us around the campfire were cautiously in awe of the story, each trying silently to think of a rational explanation. My grandma was swarmed with questions regarding the history of the road, if there were any murders or burial sites, anything to try and connect a detail of the story to some sort of logical reasoning. Despite all the ideas thrown around, my grandmother just shook her head and shrugged. All she said was, "It's just another mystery we'll never solve, I suppose," and went back to toasting her marshmallows, and we never heard another detail. 12 years later, her words have stuck with me. I'm not only fascinated by the bizarreness of the scene, but it helps me feel like part of her still lives on.
Oregon. Oregon is known for primarily Sasquatch or Bigfoot stories, but I have a very unsettling ghost story that happened to me about 5 years ago. I had a friend who had a habit of claiming places were haunted. To be fair, she did have a traumatic childhood growing up in a home with a, as she put it, demonic entity. During the period we were friends, she moved around a bit. Pretty much every place she moved to, she'd say she'd feel spirits around her. It became common for her to claim this, and I started to not take her seriously, until she moved into one home on the outskirts of Portland. She told me about sensing a feminine presence in the home. Of course, since I heard her say it so often that there was a spirit wherever she happened to live, I brushed it off. One day though, we both had the day off, and I went over to hang out with her and watch TV and drink beer. I had one beer at this point and told her I needed to go to the bathroom. I did my business, went to wash my hands, and as I was watching myself wash my hands in the sink, I raised my head in the mirror in front of me, and as I looked at my reflection, I saw a woman standing behind me. She had dark, frizzy hair, a leaf or two tangled in the rat's nest of her hair, and was extremely pale, wearing a plain linen dress. She grinned at me, and without time to dry my hands off, I bolted back into the living room where my friend was sitting. "You were right. I saw her," I told my friend. Her jaw dropped, eyes wide, as I explained what I had seen. She clearly felt validated by my claims, however what she said next has always stuck with me. "That's so crazy, she showed herself to you and not me." I agreed, but neither of us could understand why that was. She lived here, I was just visiting. Why did she show herself to me? About 6 months later, my friend and I had gone through a bit of a rough patch, and we hadn't spoken to each other in a few weeks. It was announced through some other friends that her body had been found outside Seattle, Washington, and that her life had been taken. I was, of course, in complete disbelief. I had a weird feeling about that situation when I saw the ghost, so I did some research. It was, of course, a huge shock. and I had a weird feeling about that whole situation when I saw the ghost, so I did a little research. Apparently, the kind of entity I saw is described as a woman in white. It's believed to be a sign that someone close to you will perish soon. And my friend's words echoed through me again. Why did she show herself to you and not me? Well, maybe now I guess we know why. Utah. This story originates from my uncle, and with some context, my family is Native American, and we are from the northern Cheyenne tribe. Our family, the Spotted Elks, moved to Utah around 50 years ago. In Utah, the town they moved into was named Blanding. Blanding is located towards the bottom of the state, down close to the Four Corners region. In Blanding, it is a small town consisting of a population of approximately 3,229 people. My uncle was around the age of 10, and him and his friends would often stay out late at night playing basketball on the outskirts and edge of town. One night, they stayed out at around midnight, where they played. They only had one light that would illuminate the basket and the area around it. The light would only reach so far in the dark, and one night while they were playing, one of my uncle's friends decided he was going to call it a night and walk home. Almost 10 minutes passed and they stopped playing basketball because they looked up and see the same kids standing there looking at something in the distance. When they all gathered around, they noticed right where the light ends, there was what appeared to be a humanoid figure on all fours. The creature was staring at them for what felt like hours, but in reality could only have been a few minutes. Then suddenly the creature would turn and dart off into the darkness. Then my uncle and his friends made their way to a nearby neighboring house and called the police, who were unable to find anything except for some tracks that looked like human feet. After the police were called and checked the area, they would escort all the kids home. When my uncle got home, he went to speak with his dad, and what his dad said is that he believed what my uncle saw was a skinwalker. The reason for this is because the land in which Blanding is located is near the Navajo reservation, and the Navajo is where the skinwalkers originate. This is where my uncle got his beliefs about the stories and legends of skinwalkers. Later that same night at around 1 after everyone was home, the friend who noticed the skinwalker from the start would be paranoid and watch out the window, where he would see the thing again walking down the street. It left a pretty big impact on him. West Virginia. This was about 6 years ago in January. I was with 2 lifelong friends, and we decided to go do something before we all shipped off to the military. I was going to be the first to ship out a few months after this, and we started off hanging out at one friend's grandma's house. We eventually got bored and we drove down to this river, kind of back in the mountains. The way this is set up, we had the road up the hill, then a small patch of woods to walk through, probably 20 meters of wood. Then it opened to a railroad track. Below the railroad track, down a steep gravel hill, was the river bank. So it was dark, we parked the car on the road and walked down to the river crossing the railroad. We didn't really have a plan. We just built a small fire on the riverbank and sat around repeating inside jokes and laughing about dumb stuff we did when we were younger. We couldn't have been there longer than 15 minutes when we heard a man yelling. Though we couldn't make out any words, the yelling sounded like he was yelling in a defensive manner, so we looked around and couldn't see anything. We heard it again and decided to stomp out the fire and sit there quietly to listen. After a few minutes go by, we decided to leave. We made our way up the steep gravel hill to the railroad tracks, and we got to the top where we were about to cross the tracks, but we heard the sound of an engine approaching, so we decided to get on our bellies and wait for the train out. We didn't want to get caught on railroad property because it's a no trespass area. We saw the lights coming and the smoke from the engine, which is weird since they don't use steam engines anymore, but we thought nothing of it and kept waiting. We waited for maybe 30 seconds to a minute when we heard the same noise from earlier. We looked around again and saw nothing. When we turned back, the train was no longer heading towards us, it was just gone. We saw that it was clear and just crossed the tracks and went back up the hill through the woods and slept in the car. We ended up leaving in the morning and never really thought much of it. The next evening, we finally brought up how weird it was that a whole train just disappeared, and we questioned why we didn't just leave. So 2 or 3 years later, I was in the military at this point and I was back home in West Virginia for leave. I went to a bookstore with my dad and brother, and I went to the horror section where I saw a subsection with local books. I picked up one that was called something along the lines of West Virginia Legends. I flipped a few pages and landed on a section called Ghost Trains in West Virginia. I immediately closed the book and sat down. Weirdest thing I've seen in my life, and we still talk about it to this day. And I really don't know why we thought nothing of it until the next day, because it was very weird. Also, the way this particular track was set up, the way it ran, was so parallel to the river and going around the mountain. So there was no fork in the tracks and it couldn't have turned anywhere due to being right in between the road and mountain and a river. Let me know what you guys think. I'm not really sure how a train could be a ghost. I said this to a paranormal podcast and they said it could have been a weird time slip. I don't really know. I'm not super into the paranormal stuff, but I would love to hear any options about what people think it might have been. Texas. This happened to me and my old co-workers back when I was around 19 or so. I used to work at an IHOP, and one night my co-workers and I were talking about the legendary old Alton Goatsman Bridge in Texas. This was before it got large spread media attention, back when it was actually nicer. A few of us decided to just go out there and be dumb 20-year-olds and poke around the bridge. I drive us out there, and while nothing of interest happens there, we decide to go drive around the nearby area and go through a tunnel of trees covering a long road. Now this road was dark, and it had no side entries to any houses, and it was narrow. It also had some hills too. I'm driving us, we're all spooking each other when suddenly over one of the hills we see lights from a truck behind us. Nothing to be alarmed about, right? Well, after a few minutes it got closer, and then after we went down a hill again, it just vanished. We were able to tell that it was a bigger pickup truck, so it's not like it could have just done a U-turn right out of that place. Where did it go? My co-workers and I started to freak out, and I pushed my foot down on the pedal to try and get out of there as fast as possible. Thankfully, we finally reached a point where we could turn around. I drove us back the same way, all of us looking to see if there were any roads this truck could have turned off to. None. Absolutely none. What happened to that truck? I still get spooked about it to this day, all these years later, and still have no explanation. Iowa. Way back in 2003, I started college in Des Moines. It was my first time living in a big city. I grew up in a town with no more than 1,000 people, and weekends on a farm outside of town of 200. So Des Moines seemed so huge and exciting. Maybe I was sheltered and naive, but hey, I was there for it. My college was a small private school. I think there were around 3,000 students enrolled. Shortly after the semester started, I was with a few friends off campus. We were walking back to our dorm when a group of people popped out of nowhere and started throwing bricks. It was wild. I'd never heard of anyone doing that. One brick smacked my friend right in the eye. We called 911 and they went to the ambulance. Long story short, they lost their eye and transferred out. It was so gross and disgusting. Good thing was that the police upped their circuit around the school, as they said it was a gang, but I think a gang would do something easier. All semester, I was in a deep, dark place. We buried my dad 2 weeks before I moved up to school, and I ended up skipping classes, sleeping in all day and partying all night at the frat parties. I was safe as my date was always my new gay best friend. He was the first person I'd ever met, and he and I would dance all night drinking jungle juice.
I did stay later than he did though, and usually would hit up the after parties. At one after party, I was not with any friends, we had all been drinking all night, so I was already toasted. The guy said no girls would ever drink that type of alcohol, and I'm not a girl you dare, and especially not one you say only a man can do this or that. So I chugged what was left in the fifth of whiskey. What I had forgotten was I had been chatting with a guy online. I met him in Yahoo chat rooms. Well, he saw how drunk I was and started flirting with me. He tried moving a little faster than I was up for, knowing how far gone I was. I was naive and thought, I know him, because we had chatted more than once. And this is from someone who grew up watching murder shows, and I should have known, like all the news articles say, meeting a stranger online can be dangerous. But this was way back in the early 2000s, when meeting people off the computer wasn't as prevalent as it is today. He called himself Joe, and he knew what he was doing. He flirted with me online, then met up with me at an after party, and upped his flirting. After the jungle juice and the whiskey, I could hardly stand, let alone do anything else. He took me to an empty bedroom and started kissing on my neck and removing my top. I tried to say no, but I ended up blacking out. When I came to, I was naked and sore, and very quickly became aware of what exactly must have transpired. Joe was long gone. I dressed myself and found my way out of the fraternity. Of course, he was no longer on my Yahoo Messenger. He had apparently blocked me after he'd gotten what he wanted from me, and it destroyed what little self-esteem I had. I continued sleeping through classes and just going to parties. I would like to say I never met anyone from the internet again, but I did. People, be careful, always meet people in public and or with friends, and do not believe anything anyone online tells you at face value. What I really want people now to know is what I didn't, that there are therapy options, there are doctors, talk to your advisors, there are options. The most important thing is that if something terrible happens, such as the death of a relative, you can postpone the school year and join the next semester. Just talk to someone. North Dakota. I have a few stories from my state that I'd like to share with you. This is one from a few years ago. I'm in my late 20s now, and this happened towards the end of my middle to early high school years. I'm the youngest of 3 girls, and both of my sisters went to college about a 10-hour drive away. My mum and I made seasonal trips to visit them, and this was one towards the end of the summer. We were about 1.5 hours away from my home city. My mum tends to drink a lot of Diet Coke when she travels, and generally, and this trip was no exception. However, one of her and my dad's rules for myself and my sisters was to never stop by ourselves at night for our own safety. The Bakken had caused a lot of issues, and it was one of the main reasons. But Mum had to use the restroom, and we had just passed through the final major city before my home one. So she hesitantly, and to my surprise, middle school dramatic shock, decided to stop and use the restroom that was around an hour away from our destination. We went through what needed to happen. She got out the car, and as soon as she did, I'd lock the car and she'd go inside. I'd do a quick look around, she'd use the restroom, she'd come out again, and I'd go in and take my phone just in case. She did this, but when it got to the 20-minute mark and hadn't come out, I began getting nervous. She hadn't taken her phone with her either, so I couldn't call her. When finally she came speed walking out the building, I prepared myself to unlock the doors and get out while she got in, so that she could lock the doors after I went inside. But while walking to the car, she was mouthing "no, no" while shaking her head with her eyes wide and putting her hands up as if to say stop. She got in the car, and before I could get out, she locked the doors and told me, "You're not going in, we need to leave now," and started up the car. Meanwhile, this random man had been following her out of the rest stop, and after she'd gotten in the car, he slammed his hands down on the hood and pointed at my mum, and we could hear him yell for her to get out. My mum reversed and sped out, and once we were back on the road, I was so scared that I decided I should hold my bladder because my mum had told me that when she'd gone in, the man had been waiting by the front doors and tried talking to her, but she ignored him and went to the ladies' room. I guess she saw him from between the stalls. American stall doors are terrible when it comes to privacy in public restrooms, and the man had stood there the entire time talking to himself and muttering nonsense. My mum decided she'd just used hand sanitizer and once done with the restroom walked out. The man had asked her for a ride to his friend's house in the opposite direction of where we were going, and she said no, and he then asked if she had anything on her, and she replied no. She was still walking out the building while this was happening. She said he tried grabbing her arm, but she maneuvered away just in time and sped walked to the car, and that's when I saw him with her following. It was terrifying, and when we got home we checked for any trackers on her car or herself. Since then, when I go on road trips that are shorter than 4 hours, I don't stop to use a bathroom if I can help it. If I'm with my boyfriend or my parents and or others on a longer road trip, I'll chance it, but myself, no way. The following story was told to me by my mum through her co-worker about her co-worker's daughter. Her daughter was traveling home for the holidays and had stopped at a gas station at around midnight. It was a 24-hour one, and her daughter was traveling home for college holiday break. She was attempting to fill up her gas tank and prepay, but her card wouldn't go through. She'd attempted to swipe her card 3 times before the pump machine told her to go inside and pay before pumping her gas. So she did, and she was somewhat frustrated, since if she were in her home city, she wouldn't have to. But she didn't have enough gas to get home. After she walked in and told the cashier about the issue, the cashier indicated he knew and that he'd intentionally done that because after she'd gotten out of her car to swipe her card, a man had gotten in the rear passenger side and closed the door behind her. She hadn't seen him and wouldn't have seen him until it was too late. The cashier said police were on their way and that he was going to have her stand behind the counter for her safety until they got there. I actually don't know if they ever caught the man, but I do know she got home safely and a police report was filed, and the cashier was thanked profusely by herself and her family. It definitely hit home for me and my sisters on the importance of not traveling alone at night though. This story is the story of Drew Jardin, a senseless tragedy. I'm not sure if you've heard of her. She was 22 years old and leaving her part-time job at Victoria's Secret in November of 2003 from the Columbia Mall in Grand Forks, North Dakota. That's when she was taken. She'd been on the phone with her boyfriend when he heard her say, okay, before the call abruptly ended. He received another call from her later that was only the sounds of buttons being pressed. Because of the second call and Drew not showing up for her shift the second day, she was reported missing. On December 1st, Alfonso Rodriguez Jr., a 50-year-old level 3 sex offender, was arrested in connection with her disappearance. Essentially, Rodriguez claimed to be near the area on the day Drew was taken. Police found receipts, cleaning solutions, knives and other items in his car, as well as DNA that matched Drew's. On April 17th, 2004, Drew's half-naked and face-down body was found in a ravine in Crookston, Minnesota, making the taking of her federal across state lines. She'd been beaten, sexually abused, her hands were tied behind her back, stabbed, and had lacerations, including a 5-inch cut on her neck. A rope was also tied around her, and the remnants of a bag were found, indicating the bag had been placed around her head. The coroner concluded she'd either died from major neck trauma, suffocation, or exposure to the elements. It snows an insane amount in North Dakota during the winter months, and part of the reason it had taken so long to find her was because she was buried under snow for months. I'm fairly certain they identified her by dental records because nothing else was identifiable except her teeth. Rodriguez did admit guilt for the crime in 2013 in a death row interview, but it was announced that the prosecution would no longer be seeking the death penalty and was sentenced to life in prison without parole on May 18, 2023. Legislation for Drew's Law was passed after this, which provides the public with access to all sex offender data nationwide. This was a horrible tragedy, and I can only hope Drew's family is healing and grieving as healthily as they can, and that Drew is at peace. The poor girl was taken far too early and far too gruesomely. Illinois. 10 years ago, I was living with my family in a small house in a suburb of Chicago. I was in my emo phase and was looking into the dark side of life. One of those being spirits and specifically communicating with them. This was a shared interest between me and a couple of my other friends, one that led us to using a Ouija board on my 13th birthday. When we first started using it, nothing really happened. It was boring and we ended up moving on to different things, leaving the Ouija board sitting out. Eventually we all got tired and decided to go to sleep. We were all sleeping in my basement, one that wasn't scary or creepy in the slightest. I was asleep for these events, but this is what I was told happened. My friend Hilda was sleeping in front of the Ouija board. She sat up at some point in the night to take a sip of water, and out of the corner of her eye she thought she saw the planchette move on the Ouija board. Everyone was asleep. No one could have touched it. She turned to look at it fully, watching it as it spun around on top of the Ouija board. In a panic, she woke up one of the other friends, Katrina, who insisted they wake me up. So they did, telling me what they had seen. Both Katrina and Hilda were naturally very pale, but to this day, I have never seen them as pale as they were in that moment. We decided to use the Ouija board. They elected me to ask the questions, as it was my house we were at. The first question I asked was, "What is your name?" The planchette moved slowly, all of our hands shaking and hovering over it. It slipped from our fingertips, moving to the letter R. I asked the next question. "How old are you?" Once again, a slow movement as the planchette slipped from under my fingers and landed on the number 0. I was confused but decided to keep going. "Are you male or female?" No movement at first, but after a brief moment of confusion I said, "If you're neither, move to the letter O," and it moved straight there. In the same fashion as questioned previously, sufficiently freaked out, my friends and I decided to wrap things up. Without saying goodbye, we hurriedly put the board back in the box. Nervous chatter filled the room, and my mum woke up, coming down to the basement to scold us for being loud. She immediately knew something was wrong though, and when we told her, she refused to believe us. As she went upstairs, the air felt thick. There was a feeling of dread. It was obvious we all felt it. Unable to fall asleep, we sat up for the rest of the night, daring not to say a word. Months passed without anything else happening. The incident had almost completely slipped my mind. Summer break rolled around, which meant I was spending my days at home on the computer, and my parents were often gone most of the day, my younger brother attending day camp, which left me all alone. One day in particular, I was sitting in my bed watching YouTube when I heard a door slam. Naturally, I thought one of my parents had returned home. I called out to them, letting them know I was in my room, thinking nothing of it. I went back to focusing on my video when I heard a pair of heavy footsteps walking through my house. Footsteps that didn't sound like either of my parents. It sounded as if someone was wearing heavy boots. The footsteps picked up speed, eventually breaking out into a run. I sat in horror as I listened for them to get louder and louder, getting closer with each step. They reached my closed door. I expected someone to crash into it and burst into my room. but there was only nothing. My heart was racing. I felt like I couldn't breathe. The door opened slowly, only wide enough for me to see that there was no one. Despite not seeing anyone, I ran outside and a familiar sense of dread returned. I called my mum sobbing and told her what happened. She came home immediately, walking through the house to find no one. I calmed down a bit and was able to move on. A few weeks later, I was hanging out with Hilda at my house, once again home alone. We were sitting in my room, talking and doing whatever 13-year-old emo girls do, when a strange noise echoed through it. I shushed Hilda, asking her if she heard the noise, and we sat in silence. The noise happened again, and then again, and again. The source of the noise was a music box on my dresser, one that I hadn't touched in years. It was playing the same note over and over, having never been touched. The music box didn't spin as it was designed to. It sat still as the music played. We rushed out of my room, heading to my living room where we met my mum, who had just arrived back home. We explained what had happened and took her to see, but when we got back to my room, the noise had stopped. After that night, she refused to come back to my house. Shortly after this, we moved elsewhere, and all of the activity stopped, and I've never felt or seen anything like it since, and I don't want to. I never found out what was causing these things to happen, but reflecting on it now, I'm quite certain it was the Ouija board.
New Hampshire. This first story takes place when I was 12, when I was an innocent and naive 6th grader. I was regularly bullied during middle school. Most of it I brushed off as it was mostly trivial things like name-calling. But there was one bully, however, that went above and beyond the trivial stuff. The first and only bully I genuinely feared. Now Carson was a grade above me, much taller. In fact, for a 7th grader, he had the build of an adult, and he knew this. He was not afraid to yell, get in your face, and push you around to get what he wanted. He bullied me through the majority of the 6th grade, but after an intervention from my very angry mother, may she rest in peace, Carson's angry facade crumpled away instantly and was replaced by crying and apologies. Myself or my friends never had to deal with Carson again until 1 year later. In May of my 7th grade year, I was hanging out with my 2 best friends at the time, Thomas and Everett. Everett was my age, while Thomas was a year older, at 14. We all lived in the same neighborhood, so we would frequently stop by each other's houses to hang out and explore town. On this particular day, Thomas had brought his friend Charles with us, and we had decided we would all head towards the river that bisected our town. On the way there, a familiar face pulled up next to us on his bike, one that still shot a pang of uneasiness into my subconscious even a year later. Carson. Him and Charles were apparently cordial at the time, which was something I did not know about. They hit it off, and after a bit Carson even talked with me, to my surprise not trying to bully me at all, and this helped my unease a bit. But after a while, Carson suggested we go to his secret hangout spot by the river. Although I was unsure about this, everyone else in the group wanted to go down, and through the power of teenage peer pressure, I relented and joined them. This secret hangout spot was just off the trail from Powder House Point, a historical landmark in my hometown. At one point during the 1700s, my hometown was the capital of New Hampshire, and as such a small brick powder house was constructed on the riverbank just outside the downtown area. The gunpowder stored here went on to be used in several significant battles during America's infancy, such as Bunker Hill and the War of 1812. In fact, half of New Hampshire's gunpowder supply came from this at one point, and in the years since, a new riverbank and trail was built into the river, creating a loop jutting into the river with a pond inside of it.
The powder house itself still stands to this day, offering insight to a bygone era of New Hampshire and American history. After going into the tree line with my friends and Carson, we came across 3 large abandoned pipes in a small clearing. 2 other people were there that Carson knew, but I never found out who they were. These pipes were large, black sewer pipes, probably left over from the construction of the aforementioned trail loop, and unbeknownst to me, a place where middle and high schoolers often got up to no good. Some alarm bells started going off in my head, but no one else in my group was fazed by this, so I stayed. And after some small talk, one of the unknown guys produced a bottle of clear rum, and for 13-year-old me, that was the final straw. That was the first time I had ever been offered alcohol, and with the dare talks from my school still fresh in my mind, I was ready to go. Everett was also unsure at this point, but he didn't want to abandon Thomas. We could sense that Carson and friends were up to something, so we decided that Everett would stay and watch, while Thomas and I went home and found help. I raced home, slipping in the mud on the way and getting myself quite dirty, but I managed to make it nonetheless and informed my mum of the situation, who beckoned me in the family car as we drove to Thomas's house to inform his mum of the situation. While we were outside informing his mum, Everett showed up and informed us of what happened after I left. Apparently both Thomas and Charles had gotten extremely drunk, while Carson and friends were constantly egging them on to drink more and more while not drinking anything themselves. Everett told us he was able to convince Thomas to get out of there, much to our relief. He told us Thomas wasn't far behind, and as if on cue, Thomas stumbled into view at the end of the street in a drunken stupor. All 3 of us were able to get home safely, but we did not know the whereabouts of Charles. At that point, however, Everett and I were too scared to care, and Thomas was too drunk to care, and we did not know about his fate until the next day on social media. Apparently, after we left, the 3 friends decided to gang up and severely beat Charles to the point he had to go to the hospital. Our theory is that they might have been intending to fight and beat us up all along, and post about it on social media for clout. They not only picked a secluded spot off the known trails, but used alcohol to attempt to impair us while having none themselves. I think my lucky stars, my friends and I were able to get out of there in time before one of us got hurt. I don't know if Carson ever got punished for his actions. It's possible that he got punished through the school system, and I never found out about it, but it happened too long ago to know for sure. It's a shame this event had to happen on such a beautiful trail, as for years I avoided the area entirely. As an adult, when I'm in the area, I will occasionally visit Powder House Point to take in the scenery, but to this day, when I walk by the part of the trail where the incident took place, I keep my guard up. Alaska. I come from a small fishing village in Alaska. Our residents never surpassed 400 people living in the village at the time. Back in the 1930s, the village was relocated due to constant flooding. In our new village, we have homes, a school, 2 tribal offices, a boy and girls club, a post office, a church, and a graveyard. The graveyard sits atop a big hill down by the beach away from the rest of the village. Recently, we had to expand the graveyard because we were running out of plots, and this is relevant to what I'm going to say. You see, my village is haunted. Not just 1 or 2 of the houses or the school, the whole village. The spirits wandering have been seen walking up and down the roads, going into homes or buildings. Everyone in the small town has a story. Some hear babies crying in the woods, hear their dead relatives calling to them, even see dead relatives walk past them and vanish, just as they catch up to them. Like everyone else in my village, I've had a few encounters that will stay with me, and I would like to share them with you. The following experience, though, happened when I was working as a maid for a hotel near the mall on the south side of Anchorage. While I was looking for the girl who was training me, I walked into the main room where the beds were. I turned back and started walking to the door to leave when I saw somebody, a whole person, walk past the bathroom door. I immediately stopped and thought maybe she just came in and started the bathroom. I peered inside the bathroom and didn't see her. I looked in the shower and no one was there. Leaving would have been impossible since there was only one door which I was blocking and the tub windows that open out as they were closed. I got spooked and left immediately since my fellow housekeepers told me that there was a spirit of a man who watched the mains clean, and if he didn't like you he would attack. He usually stayed on the 3rd floor, and that's the one I was on at the time. There was another time, back in my village, I remember seeing a huge metal thing hovering in the night sky. It had propellers like a helicopter, and I would have thought it was a helicopter, had it not been for the fact it was storming like hell that night. I'm talking about 40 to 50 feet waves crashing on the bankside, wind and rain that soaked my hoodie in minutes. I'm not sure what it was, but my friends and I were standing on the bank, looking at the inlet for the Loch Ness Monster, when this thing showed up and hovered above. It was close enough we couldn't see the whole thing, but far away that we couldn't touch it. We both screamed and ran back to the Boys and Girls Club where we told an adult, and we were informed it was probably just a weather balloon. All I remember is it was made of steel and hovering, and we never saw it again after that. There was another time when my brother and I decided to sleep in our older brother's room, which he kept pitch black. You couldn't see at all, there was no light. We slept in there watching a movie, and the TV turned off by itself after not being in use for a while. I woke up feeling my brother get up and walk out the bedroom to the bathroom, where I saw the light turn on and dim as he closed the door. My feet were blazing hot, so I did what you're never supposed to do. I hung them off the edge of the bed. As they were cooling, I thought that there were no such thing as bogeymen, and I laid there staring at nothing. I was waiting for my brother to come back so I could sleep in peace. That's when I felt at first a hand and then a fingernail scratch the sole of my foot very quickly. I hid under the covers and started begging to God or whoever was listening to make it go away. I waited maybe 30 more seconds before I poked my head out and then heard the toilet flush and the door finally opened. I never told my brother since he was at that side of the bed, unknowingly protecting me from the thing. I was up against the wall and kept my limbs inside the blanket all night. Alaska 2. I never really intended on sharing this, as stickmen seem to be more specifically related by a select group of indigenous people of Alaska, which is where I'm from. However, it would appear that many others have had similar experiences, and I'm curious to see if any of you have. I was born into the Targetili tribe in central Alaska in the 1980s. This is about 50 miles south of Fairbanks, in a small town called Nenana. There are several other tribes in the immediate area, and long ago there were far more, before Russians and American settlements. It's also worth noting that paranormal experiences are a natural and expected part of my ancestral heritage. As a child, my grandparents and my father told strange tales of the stickmen, who were eaters of men. They especially loved the flesh of children, and newborn babies were considered delicacies by the spirits of the forest. One time when Nenana was first being settled by Gusok, or white people, there was a hunter who came from faraway lands to settle the wilderness of Alaska and to hunt its bears and moose. He took a small party of hunters and native guides into the forest, deep into the countrysides and to the marshes where moose and bears frequented. Far down the Tanana they went, shooting every animal they saw, be it squirrel, moose, wolf, porcupine. The natives were silent, and they led the men on, afraid to question their violent and wasteful ways. Until late one evening, the hunter called his party to set up camp and rest. They chose a quiet spot in a field where they could see all around them in case wolves decided to try and sneak up. And they rolled out their blankets after dinner and went to sleep, leaving some to take turns watching for animals. The hunter had fallen asleep quickly, content on his bed of furs and blankets. He had dreams of sunny days, perfect for hunting the famed grizzly. When he was awoken by the sound of cracking sticks, he found this odd, as they were in a field, but perhaps it was men rekindling a fire. Still, he peeked out of his tent flap to check on the encampment. There were pools of blood on the ground, but no corpses. He watched as a man bundled tightly in his blankets was lifted up by what appeared to be many small moving sticks and carried off towards the edge of camp. The man woke up from the gentle rocking of his convoy and screamed, alerting the remaining hunters in the camp, who jumped up and reached for their firearms. They were quick to draw, but confused by what to fire at, as mostly they just saw sticks on the ground, moving in ways that were impossible. They decided to run because there was nothing clearly to shoot at. But as they ran together, they were chased by giant animals that appeared suddenly from the tall grass. The hunter waited until the men were being chased by all the animals, then fled from his tent without looking back. He heard their screams and kept running. A week later, he showed up in Nenana, crazed, exhausted, and on the edge of death. He related his story and then perished, for he would constantly wake up screaming if he tried to sleep, and thus could not rest. A version of this story is common in my family, though some details change with the storyteller. My father claims to have seen the stickmen on hunting trips, and like this apocryphal hunter, he has been crazed and terrorized by the memory ever since. It is said that the stickmen go by different names and come to people in different shapes, and that there is some regularity to their appearances. They generally come as either sticks which blend in with the trees or the ground until you come upon them, or they can visit you as an animal. This animal is usually described as either a large deer or a small moose, which can move incredibly quickly for how awkward it seems to be hunched on its legs. They appear as pale or white animals, and though they usually do this to intimidate men and women, they are hungry beings who feast on the unwary. Seeing a stick man, one may be haunted for years or their entire life, but in some cases it can be considered good luck, as if a stick man is uninterested in you, it means you have powerful ancestors surrounding you. You can usually anticipate the arrival of a stick man, as the entire forest will go quiet around you for as long as they are in the vicinity, and sometimes they will speak with you, or to each other. When this happens, it sounds like a raspy whisper mixed with the rattle of a dry willow branch. Do not camp where the forest is silent, and do not look into the eyes of stickmen, for they will drive you mad with fear. I have never seen these spirits personally, at least I can't be sure. My only experience with one potentially happened outside of Carson City, Nevada. I was driving alone in a big Ford pickup late at night when I noticed what originally I took to be a deer on the side of the road. This was no deer. It ran like a dog or cat, staying close to the ground in a liquid motion, whereas deer would bounce or gallop as they run away. It also was moving faster than 30 miles an hour, and when it turned and ran down the hill, I realized it was much larger than almost any deer I'd ever seen and lacked antlers. If anyone has any questions or their own experiences, I'd love to hear about it. Massachusetts. When I was in high school, my family lived near Boston, in a town not too far from Salem, Massachusetts. Many people don't realize that the infamous witch trials weren't unique to Salem, and that the panic spread across the entire region. While the history isn't very well researched, it's known that the situation in town was especially spicy. It's even mentioned in The Crucible that the people of Salem didn't want their town to become like ours. Our house stood across the street from the historic residence of the pastor credited for stirring up the religious fervor that drove the persecution of suspected witches. We also lived on land that had once belonged to the original town common, and a very short distance from the original cemetery. Many people involved in the witch hysteria are buried there. In other words, many of the gatherings and goings-on related to the drama from the 1600s took place on that very spot. At the time of this event, I was 17 and an avid competitive swimmer. That year, the team had regular daily practices before school. Waking up was brutal, but I got used to leaving each morning before dawn. One day in late October, early November, I left the house at my usual time of 4:15. As I turned from locking the front door and stepped towards my car, I noticed a movement on the driveway. Looking closer, I saw a man roughly 8 to 10 meters away walking slowly closer. Most of his features were obscured by shadows, but I distinctly remember that he had a lean and lanky build, and that he seemed to be looking at the ground in front of his feet. His clothes were dark navy blue or black, and he appeared to be wearing leather boots. An important thing to note is our driveway was very steep and narrow. It was lined with large, wild-growing shrubs. There were many large trees as well. The entrance was slightly hidden from the road, especially in the dark. It was very unlikely that anyone would walk up to the house unless they were doing so on purpose. I don't remember the next several seconds, but somehow I was back inside and in my parents' room waking up my mum. She quickly caught on to my panic and came with me to check things out. She turned on all the outside lights before opening the front door to look out. I felt like all of this happened in 30 seconds or less, but it was likely closer to a minute. She inspected the area while I pointed out that I saw him at the spot where the shrubs end, and the driveway widened into a parking area. When she asked if he threatened me in any way, I realized no, he hadn't. His demeanor had been entirely calm and casual, eerily casual. His hands may even have been in his pockets. After a few minutes of looking, we didn't find anyone. Calling it safe enough, she stood watch while I got into my car. For several blocks, I jumped at every human-like shadow, half expecting someone to jump out at me. After the sun came up, my mum looked for signs of a person, and I did the same. There were no disturbances in the fallen leaves or any other signs that someone had been there. It was while I was looking at the dry and crunchy leaves along the driveway that it occurred to me that the person didn't make any sound. I don't see how a living person walking in boots, the relaxed way he was, could move so silently through such a noisy ground cover. Also, there was no way he couldn't have heard me shut the large, heavy wooden front door. Why didn't he react? Wouldn't a living person take that as their cue to hide? Or if he meant me any harm, why didn't he move faster or acknowledge my presence? I don't know how I feel about ghosts being trapped souls with unfinished business. I do, however, believe in the conservation of energy. It makes sense to me that places will hold on to the energy of events that happened there, good or bad, given the strong emotions and trauma associated with the persecution of the accused witches. I think maybe the man was a memory of sorts. The soundless way he moved, combined with his lack of reaction to me, left me wondering about this possibility. Was he someone whose wife or mother had been accused? Was he making accusations, or had been accused himself? I'll likely never know the real story about my early morning visitor, but I will always wonder. Oklahoma. The first home that I lived in as a child appeared to be a normal 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom house. The outside was this cheery yellow, which could be why I honestly hate the color now, with black, wrought iron pillars on the porch. 1505 was the address, and unless you understood the significance of those numbers, you wouldn't understand the irony of it. My mother has a strange affiliation with the number 5, and that same number plays a strange part in the layout of this home. Upon entering the home, the front half of the house is split into 2 rectangular sections, the living room and the dining room. Off the dining room was a kitchen, and from there led to the back of the house. This latter portion of the house contained 5 rooms, each of their doorways positioned to form a star. Within the center of the star, there was a singular light fixture which came into play in later incidents. My parents moved into this house back in 1991. My father had worked at a job nearby, and the rent was affordable for that neighborhood. My mother, after moving in, noticed this rust-colored stain on the closet door. She and my father had sanded, primed, and repainted this closet door at least 4 or 5 times, but the stain kept bleeding through. This room gave my mother a weird feeling, and she found out there was a rumor about a child passing away in there. My mother, not knowing if the rumor was true, had a priest come in and bless the room. Also, to cover her bases, she had a pastor for a Protestant church come in as well to pray over it. Despite all her best efforts, the stain wouldn't budge off the closet. My parents ended up moving me into the master bedroom and replaced the closet door. When I was around the age of 3 or 4, I began to see things in the hallway outside my bedroom door. I've always been a bit sensitive to the paranormal for as long as I can remember. I had a babysitter who said I would just stare off looking at a space in the room and would then begin to cry. She would feed me, change me, burp me, but nothing would soothe me until I was removed from that room. Now, between the hours of 10 p.m. and 4 a.m., I would see this creature underneath that light fixture. The best way I can describe this creature is that it was a mix between the Crypt Keeper and a grotesque zombie from an old B-rated movie. The humanoid creature appeared in a few different forms, but one commonality through was desiccation, graying cheeks that barely clung to its skeletal structure. There were parts of it that looked burnt. The hair, what little it had, was stringy. The eyes, though, I could never forget, because they were reminiscent of the burning end of a cigarette. Varying hues of deep amber, red and yellow, with bits of charcoal and black within it. The creature at first would stay in the hallway and just stare at me. Later on, it had moved to the foot of my bed. The bed that I had back then had a metal frame with these intricate swirls and bends that represented vines. The entity would stare at me from in between these metal swirls. It never came closer than that, but I understood that it probably fed off my fear. A few years later, my older brother started staying overnight on the weekends. This entity would still appear at the foot of my bed from time to time, but one night my brother and I saw something outside my bedroom window. There was a brief glimpse of a face looking in at us. It was pressed up against the glass and ran its finger down the window pane. The window had a screen covering it, making what we discovered the next morning rather baffling. When the morning sun shone through the window, we saw these streaks on the glass and the exact placement of the hand the night before. Eerily, these streaks looked like a smudged handprint, but it shouldn't have been possible with the screen in the way it was. We moved out of the home when I was 8, after my parents got divorced. Later on, as an adult, I became friends with a girl called Karen. When talking to her, I found out that Karen and her ex-husband Sam had almost purchased that very same home. Her husband had a history of dabbling with the occult and was very abusive to Karen. She stated that he was overly interested with buying that house. It makes me wonder if that house drew him to wanting to purchase it, or if it was purely coincidental. Hawaii. Some years ago, I worked for a solar firm as a warehouse manager. I was in charge of their warehouse, which was located at the Kipapa Caves. The warehouse were 2 rented caves and the surrounding lots which were fenced in. These caves were old military storage units dug into the gulch walls. The caves were around 200 feet deep and 20 feet wide and tall, reinforced with concrete. The solar firm stored their equipment and materials in the caves. There were lots of vehicles, heavy machinery, and a few 40-foot containers were held. I worked there with my driver. The caves had no electricity or plumbing, so a solar system and backup generator powered the caves, and a porta potty provided relief. Cell reception was spotty at best, so I would have to drive out to make any calls. When I started working there, I had no information on the history of Kipapa Gulch. My work schedule was 6 a.m. to 3 p.m, and when I started work, a lot of the times it was still dark. So when I got there, I would have to power up the caves. If the batteries of the solar system didn't have enough juice, I'd have to power up the generator. I'd normally have to do this using only the light from my phone. It was pretty quiet at our units. The neighboring caves were quite a distance away, and they were primarily used as storage, so we really didn't see anyone around. Rarely a truck would pass by, going up the units further up the gulch. The first thing I noticed that was strange were the dead animals. Walking around the site, I would find dead Jackson chameleons all over the place. They were just there on the ground dead. I figured cats were getting to them. But I also noticed their carcasses were intact, without damage. Looks like they just fell from the trees around the cave. There were also a lot of dead mongoose, minor birds, owls, pigeons, and ducks. All intact carcasses, with no predatory marks like bites or scratches. It was pretty weird. Every few days or so, I would hear banging coming from the inside of the containers. These containers were under lock and key, and every time I would hear the banging, I would have to unlock and open the containers to make sure no one was inside. I would open them and find nobody or animals in there. After a few weeks of doing this, I decided to say screw it and stopped checking. I figured the materials inside were just adjusting to temperature change. While working in the cave one day, walking to the back end, I passed a certain spot where I smelled the strong scent of body odor. It was like I passed by very close to someone, but no one was there in the cave that day but me. I walked to the back of the cave, did what I needed to do back there, and proceeded to walk back to the front of it. As soon as I got to the spot where I first smelt it, I smelt the stronger odor just as before. It seemed like I had just passed very close to someone. I got to the entrance of the cave and quickly checked if I'd forgotten to put deodorant on during my morning routine. But no, I did have my deodorant on. Was my mind playing tricks on me? I had a small desk set up at the entrance of the cave where I would work on a laptop. I would check emails from the office and do paperwork, and every so often I would hear a noise coming from the back of the cave. The noise sounded like something was moving, and it sounded like something large, bigger than a mongoose or a cat. At first I would go back there and check it out, but after quite a few times and finding nothing there, I said screw it, and chalked it up to equipment adjusting to temperature changes. One early morning while it was still dark, before my driver left on his route, we heard a woman screaming coming from above the cave. The gulch walls were about 100 feet up, and the sound came from up top. It sounded like domestics and went on for about 15 minutes. My driver and I figured there was a subdivision up there, and a couple were having it out. A few weeks later, during a lull in work, my driver and I decided to drive up a gulch and check out the other caves. We drove about a mile up and came to the last cave. From there we could see our cave and what was directly above it. To our amazement, on the plateau above our cave there was no subdivision, no houses, no roads, nothing. So who was up there screaming? We had a lot of machinery, as I said before. Everything would seem to crap out, even our personal vehicles and property. We would have to call our technicians to come and repair the equipment and machinery, as they were constantly there repairing stuff. But what was weird is a lot of the time they would come down and find nothing wrong with it, and then all of a sudden the equipment began working fine. After a while of this, we started to video ourselves starting up equipment so we could show them we were doing it correctly, and that the equipment, in fact, was not working before we called for the repair. But the creepiest thing that happened to me there was one day I loaded up my driver and he left on his route. I then had to go do my business. I went into the porta potty and locked the door. Before I could do anything, the stall began to shake back and forth. I yelled out thinking my driver came back and was playing a joke on me, and I unlocked the door, hopped out thinking I would find my driver laughing, but no one was there. I ran up to the cave to see if anyone was around, but no one was there. I called my driver. The call went through and he was already on the freeway. He thought I was crazy after I told him what happened. After that, I tried not to use the porta potty as much as I could. After a year there, I was laid off due to a slump in the solar business. Only then I decided to seek out the history of the place. Look up the history of Old Hawaii Kipapa Gulch and let me know what you think. One of the caves across from where our caves were is where the illegal fireworks disposal crew lost their lives. It said that a crew member was smoking in the cave where they stored and seized all the illegal fireworks.
Mississippi. I'm fairly new to the state of Mississippi. I just arrived back in January of 2024. My husband and I bought a chunk of land with a run-down brick home that needed a good indoor rehabilitation. Now, my husband isn't very often home, as he drives a semi all over the country, and while he isn't always present, our marriage is happy and healthy. I don't know anyone else local, but I have 2 cats to keep me company and occasionally chat to, and while they don't reply for obvious reasons, there are at least 2 other warm bodies in our home. So our home was built in the 70s, not that old but also not that new. Most of our land is woods, and everything is overgrown to the point you really can't get through them without a machete or a chainsaw. It's because of this that I took it upon myself to start clearing away some of the thick brush. One day I'm hacking a trail through the trees, and I'm deep enough in that I needed to turn on my headlamp, and I could no longer see the house. In the darkness of the trees, I end up tripping over a tree root and landed on my hand badly. The pain surged through me, and I was relatively certain I had snapped my wrist, so I scooted against the base of the tree to rest for a minute before trying to get up. It was just after I had managed to get myself up there to the tree when my nose was assaulted by a ghastly smell, the likes of which I haven't had the misfortune of smelling before or since. With a sudden stench came the sharp sound of a tree limb snapping. The sound was deafening in the silence of the woods. Now I knew there were plenty of animals out here, but I couldn't think of anything that smelled that bad unless it was already dead, and I was sure dead animals don't snap tree limbs. Next thing I know, a tree not too far away fell over. It wasn't a big one, but it definitely would have hurt had I kept going forward. I said an inaudible prayer as a thank you for having me trip and fall before I fell for good, because I was a good mile from anyone actually hearing me. I laid my head back against the tree and sighed heavily, trying to motivate myself to rise with one good hand. I'm a bigger girl and not really the most athletic, so I usually used both hands to lift myself off the ground. As I was trying to get up, I heard what I thought was thunder. It made the trees rattle. It rained all the time down here, and I was sure it was a pop-up storm. When after a brief moment of silence I heard a roar so primal and purely terrifying that it shocked me to my core. Without missing a beat after the roar subsided, I heard a loud thud as a large rock smashed into a tree near me. It was at that moment more than anything that the urgency to leave hit me like a brick in the face. So I jumped up with the agility of a gymnast, jogged my way back on the trail, fearing that whatever had made the noise would be chasing after me or worse, receiving a large rock straight to the back. Thankfully, none of those things happened, and once I reached the tree line, I was genuinely surprised to be met by a warm, sunny day, and no sign of a storm at all. This confirmed in my mind that something was unhappy I wandered into its territory. I've heard tales of men living in the woods, and rumors of dogmen, goatmen, and a Sasquatch. All I know is I'm bringing more than a machete on my next trek through the woods, whenever that may be.
Connecticut. I've lived in a 200-year-old farmhouse in Connecticut for the past 25 years, but I've never experienced anything creepy until 2017. It was a hot summer night in July, and I had all the windows in my bedroom open. At around 2:30 a.m., I was awoken to the sound of heavy footsteps outside my home. They started across the road at the top of the hill. This alone is not unusual, as people often go on walks on nice nights, but this time something felt off. As the footsteps grew closer to my house, I realized that whoever was out there was dragging something metallic behind them. I heard it scraping along the ground as they walked. When they were directly across from my house, they stopped. I could almost feel their gaze staring at me. Everything felt heavy. The feeling shifted momentarily as a car drove through the intersection and then was back on me. Whoever was outside started running. They ran across the road and up the hill leading to my house, still dragging what I am certain was some kind of metal tool behind them. They stopped again directly below my window, and again everything felt heavy, and I could feel them staring at me. But this was short-lived as they hastily proceeded past my window and into my side yard. Then they started digging. I now knew that someone was in my yard digging a hole at 2:30 a.m. You would think at this point I would call the cops, but my town is about 20 minutes away from the nearest police station, and by the time they got here, whoever was here would be long gone, or worse. I decided I would try and get a physical description of them first, and then call the police. If they tried anything, I keep a handgun in my bedroom for this exact situation. I crept over to the window, still able to hear them digging clearly, but I couldn't see anything. It was like everything past my window was a black void. It was pure darkness, despite the fact it had been a clear moonlit night just minutes ago. So I switched on the flashlight of my phone and shined it out the window. My yard illuminated into light, and the exact moment the light hit the ground, the digging sound stopped abruptly, in mid-motion. I shined the light all around, but there was no one. No footprints, no shovel, no person, nothing. At this moment I also began to hear the breeze and the normal summer insects again. I hadn't realized it until now, but during the entire ordeal, all other usual nighttime sounds had vanished. But now they're back. I went outside to inspect my yard and no one was there. No one had been there. No hole, no drag marks, nothing. To this day I have no idea if it was paranormal in nature or not, or what happened. But I haven't heard anything like it since, and I'm glad. Connecticut 2. This story didn't happen to me but my best friend's father, and still haunts him over 40 years later. In the fall of 1982, he received a phone call from a guy he knew in high school called Michael. Michael had just graduated from college the year prior and had moved back to live on his family farm in the town of Brooklyn. Admittedly, it took John a minute to remember who Michael was. After all, Michael was a quiet kid and didn't have many friends at school. They spoke for several minutes, and Michael asked John if he wanted to get together for lunch at his farm. John accepted the offer, as in a world before social media, catching up with someone you haven't seen in years was pretty much always a treat, regardless of how well you knew them. So the following afternoon, John made his way over to Michael's family farm, and the two had lunch together out in one of the fields. They talked for several hours about farming, their families, and just having a good time catching up. Michael shared that this field was a special place for him, a place he could go to when he needed to get away from everything for a while. After that day, John didn't hear from Michael again, and he was soon to get married, and didn't really think much more about their lunch together. Then, in July of 1984, that changed. John heard about Michael again, but in the most shocking way possible. Michael had been arrested by the state police, and was a suspect in a string of then unsolved murders. Michael, whose full name was Michael Ross, was later convicted of 8 murders, though the number is expected to be higher, making him one of Connecticut's most prolific serial killers. When my friend's father got together for lunch, it was right in the middle of Ross's killing spree between his 4th and 5th confirmed victim. Even more shockingly, Ross would often go to that exact field before he would go hunting for his potential victims. Needless to say, it took John a while to come to terms with what happened, as he was pretty shaken up. Who knows the reason why he was truly called there? Was it that Michael was intending to kill him, but perhaps got cold feet, or divine providence perhaps? Whatever the case, he's lucky to still be alive.
Indiana. This was in 1984, when I was 12. My family moved to an old farmhouse in Posey County. The house was beautiful. It had 1 bedroom downstairs that my mum and stepdad slept in. The hallway leading to the dining room to my mum and stepdad's room was big enough for my little brother to use as a bedroom. There were 3 bedrooms and a big hallway upstairs. 2 of the bedrooms were inaccessible due to personal items that belonged to the landlord's deceased mother, and I had the other bedroom, and my older brother used the hallway. It was also the size of a smaller bedroom, like the hall downstairs. I didn't like staying in my room at night to sleep. I don't know why, I just didn't feel comfortable. However, I did sleep there in the beginning. We had been living there for about a month or so when one morning my mum came to wake me up. I was laying with my back to the door, and before she could say anything I jumped up screaming. I of course scared her about as much as she scared me, and I just told her that she scared me, but I didn't tell her why. I had felt like something had happened to me, but I was made to forget it. I have always explained it like the Superman movie where Superman takes Lois Lane and shows her everything about him. He doesn't want her to remember, so when he kisses her she forgets what he just showed her. I'm not saying that I was kissed by Superman, that's just how I explain it. I started sleeping downstairs in the living room after that. My older brother decided he wanted my room, so we switched. He kept my bed and I used his, which were bunk beds, and I slept on the bottom bunk and used the top for storage. I slept there for 3 nights, and on the 3rd night I was awoken in the middle of the night. I had the feeling that someone or something was watching me sleep. When I turned over and opened my eyes, I saw the silhouette of a very tall man. As soon as I looked at him, he moved past the bed and looked as if he went into one of the bedrooms that housed the items from the landlord's mother. He was as tall as the bunk beds. These were old wooden ones and a lot taller than bunk beds today. I'd say probably 8 feet. I grabbed my pillow and blanket and ran downstairs to sleep in the living room and did not sleep upstairs anymore. Both my brothers started sleeping in the living room every night also. One night I woke up to what sounded like little kid feet running through the house. I looked over at the TV and a little blonde-haired boy of about 5 was looking through our VCR movies. He looked at me and I was so scared that I covered my head and didn't come out until daylight. Remember, I was only 12. A few days later, I asked my mum if she had seen anything in the house. My mum asked why. I answered, "So you have seen something?" And she replied that she had. That there was an old woman that stands in the doorway looking outside. And in case some of you don't know, many old houses have doors that go outside in a lot of rooms. This house had doors on the back porch going into the kitchen and one going into the hallway that my little brother used for his bedroom. One in the dining room and one in the downstairs bedroom and one in the living room. My mum explained that the woman seemed to be about 5 foot to 5'3", wearing a long dress with an apron on it and her hair in a bun. Judging by her outfit, she would have guessed that she was from the early 1900s. Nothing ever hurt us and we lived there for over 2 years. We figured the old woman might have been the landlord's mother, but have no clue about the little boy or tall man and who they might have been.
New Jersey. I've always been what you might call sensitive to the paranormal ever since I was a little girl. So I live in a town that used to be part of a city. It has an old farmhouse dating back to the 1690s, back during the Revolution. My town and street was all farmland that the British Army marched through on the way to the Battle of Spanktown. And there is a historical house right by our borders that was where an active hotel during said battle was, and it has changed a few times, including being a Girl Scout facility and now a museum. This is where my first story takes place. When I was about 3 years old, my mum took me for a tour there. And on the second floor there was a large display room while we were touring the exhibits. While we were there, I noticed and spoke to another girl, a few years older than me, that was wearing a white dress. Eventually I went to my mum and told her that I made friends with the little girl in the white dress. My mum just told me, "That's nice," and took some pictures in the room. A few years later, when I was around 7, I realized how weird it was and asked my mum about it. She told me that there had never been another child in the room, and she actually had a photo of the little girl too. The photo would keep appearing and disappearing for several years before vanishing for good. Fast forward to 2021, and there's a ghost hunt in said house, to which my mum and I attend. And during said ghost hunt at one point we were all on the second floor, and the hunters pulled out a ghost box and asked us all to ask a question. When it came to me, I asked, "When I was a little girl, I saw and spoke to a little girl in a white dress. Do you remember me?" To which the box immediately replied yes, and after everyone freaked out, we continued to interact with the little girl. She had been a guest in the hotel back when it was functioning as one, not a Girl Scout like I thought. We sadly couldn't get too much information from her, but it was crazy that she not only remembered me, but recognized me. My other story has to do with my house, and is relevant to the Battle of Spanktown. When I was 5, I had been left home alone for about 10 minutes while my mum was shopping and my grandparents were in Germany. I was a good kid and knew not to answer the phone or door and to stay out of the view of windows. So I was upstairs watching SpongeBob and heard a weird bang coming from the hallway and the attic, so of course I turned to look. From where the drop area where our ladder is, I saw 2 men dressed as soldiers from the Revolution, one British and one Continental. The Continental soldier chased after the British one, shouting, "Stop, spy!" and they disappeared into the TV, which of course scared the ever-loving bejesus out of me. My mum thought it was my imagination when I told her about it, though how I could have imagined revolutionary soldiers when I hadn't even seen images of them before, I have no idea. Then when I was in middle school, the house from the 1690s had a revolution reenactment, and I heard the sound of muskets for the first time, and the sound was familiar. It was the sound I heard in the attic all those years before. Then, in between the periods of Hurricane Irene and Hurricane Sandy, I heard heavy boots walking in the attic over my bedroom almost nightly, ending just after Hurricane Sandy started. I was sure it was the soldiers. Then about a year after, around midnight one night, I awoke because I was on my left side, and while I'm a right side sleeper, I was about to turn around but felt 2 men staring at me over the bed. I could just feel that it was them, and that they were talking to me, though I didn't hear any voices. I just heard the feeling of, "It's okay. Go back to sleep, you're safe. But only if you don't turn around." My mum also woke around that time in her room and could feel 3 things walking through the hallway. The most negative thing having a skull face and being escorted by the other 2. I think that thing was probably in my room at night, and those 2 were there to protect me from it. I'm grateful that was the last encounter I had with anything paranormal, and I'm grateful for it. Florida. This story took place on August 28, 2005, in St. Augustine, Florida. How am I able to be so specific, you may be wondering? It's because it happened on my 22nd birthday. I'm a huge history nerd, and St. Augustine has a lot of it. It should, being the oldest town in the US. That being said, I've had quite the habit of taking either mini or extended vacations to explore different historical sites or architectural structures. By 2005, they finally finished the renovations on the Casa Monica Hotel, and I really wanted to stay there for my birthday. It's not a cheap hotel, but it is a beautiful one, so it was definitely a special treat. Back then, they used to offer packages like an adventure package, romantic package, etc. And each one came with your hotel stay, a dining experience, and an event. The event was obviously different depending on which one you chose. We, as in my mother and I, chose the adventure package. She very sweetly got this for my birthday. The event that came included in this package was a ghost tour, and this was back before it became the tourist trap event that it is now. Then there were a handful of people doing these tours. Now they're practically on every street corner. I love going on these tours, not because I'm expecting to see ghosts, but because you get to see some of the best history on them, if you get the right storyteller. I've been on many of these tours, from Florida to Colorado and back. And when 8 PM rolled around, it was time for our tour. It was just my mum and I, and another small family aside from the guide himself. Most of the tour was uneventful. The guide was a good storyteller. However, there is a statue of an apparently once very beloved Catholic bishop in the historical area, and this is where my experience began. We were standing in front of the statue, and the guide had just finished telling us the story about his body exploding at the funeral. And while he was telling us this story, this strange sensation came over me. I, to this day, have no idea how to adequately put into words what happened next. I had this weird sensation, like I was physically standing where I was, but all of a sudden really out of it. I then heard this, what I can only describe as a combination of static, bugs and white noise, but just on one side of my body. The other half of me was fine, no issues at all. I only heard the noise and felt the full sensation on half my body. Needless to say, it put me in a very weird mood, and before anyone assumes a medical issue, I was perfectly healthy. After this occurred, I started lagging behind the group, and my mum, bless her, knew something was wrong. But I couldn't tell her what was wrong, because I didn't know myself. Fast forward and the tour ended outside one of the cemeteries. We didn't really get to explore it on the tour, so we decided to explore it after. Back then, there was a little walking path behind it. You had trees on one side and a cemetery highway and a river on the other. That path doesn't exist anymore. My mum wanted to go take pictures of the cemetery, and I started walking down this path and began nearly freaking out. I had the overwhelming and sudden urge that we shouldn't be there, and I cannot explain it. I just knew that we shouldn't. I said as much to my mum, but she was happy taking pictures and went down the path instead of me. When she was done, we started thinking about a place to get a drink because we were thirsty. We happened to run into our tour guide, who took us to a little mum and pup shop that was open late because of the college kids and being a local hangout. Now, before we ran into our guide, I started having this feeling on the side of my neck. It began small, but nothing that would cause any alarm. We got our drinks and started walking back to the hotel. However, the closer we got, the more that feeling on my neck turned into a solid burn. By the time we got back to our room, the burn was pronounced. My mum had to get ice to start a cool compress on it, and it was about 3 to 4 inches long around the side of my neck. No idea how I got it. I wasn't bitten by anything, and nothing around here bites that leaves a very pronounced burn mark, even the giant mosquitoes. I was super rattled by this point, because it was a series of events that ended up with me burning and sitting in my hotel room with an ice pack on my neck and trying to calm down. My only regret for that evening was not getting a picture. Honestly, I would have thought it was crazy if not for the fact that my mum was there to witness everything that happened. I never had that experience again, and I've been to St. Augustine many times since, and done many tours. I don't know if I'd maybe picked something up staring at the statue, or the cemetery, or both. The statue was meant to represent a Catholic bishop, and the cemetery was for people who were not Catholics. I am not religious, but who knows if something attached itself to me all the same. My mum has said that since I was little, I was more sensitive to things like that.
Michigan. I grew up in southwest Michigan, along the coast of Lake Michigan. In high school, I was incredibly lucky to have a best friend whose family owned private beach rights. We spent our summers practically living on the beach, and although we had many fond memories, there are some spooky ones too. It was a beautiful summer day in August of 2009, and my two best friends and I were about to enter our senior year. We found out that there would be a meteor shower at its peak that night, and we were excited to watch. We spent the day swimming and sunbathing until it got dark. We had already spent many nights having bonfires on the beach, so we were not afraid to be there in the dark. As the sun went down and the stars came out, we settled in to watch the show. It was our first time seeing a meteor shower, and it did not disappoint. There were multiple shooting stars just about every minute. As the three of us, plus my friend's Australian shepherd Celeste, watched the night sky, we began to notice something weird. There was one star that was moving around erratically. It was not moving in a smooth pattern that made sense for a plane or satellite. The star was moving in all different directions at varying speeds. We joked it was probably just some aliens enjoying the show too. Soon after we noticed the weird star, Celeste ran towards the water, barking as if she was seeing another animal or person. We all sat up and saw she was barking at something moving around in the gentle waves. My friend tried to call her over, afraid she may have found a dead fish to roll around in. The normally obedient pup was acting like she couldn't even hear us. At this point, we had decent night vision and the sky was clear, so the moon lit up our surroundings. We watched as something began to tumble out of the waves and onto the shore. A creature the size of the raccoon was silhouetted against the water. I then saw its eyes reflecting in the moonlight, and it appeared to be slick like a fish but also covered in either fur or feathers. It was hard to make out what the creature looked like. All we knew was that Celeste did not like it crashing the party. As we continued to try and figure out what was going on, the creature stood on rickety legs and quickly scuttled out of the water and onto the beach. Celeste decided she had had enough and ran away. The three of us instantly decided she had the right idea and booked up the beach with her. In order to get back to my friend's house, we had to climb a decent-sized sand dune. As we entered the woods to begin climbing, we realized our lazy asses never went back to the house to grab flashlights. The trees were blocking what little light there was, and we found ourselves surrounded by darkness. We have some freaky creature potentially chasing us, and now we have to navigate the old stairs and trail in the dark. And when I say stairs, I really mean old railroad tires of varying sizes, randomly placed to help climb up the steep dune. We can't just run blindly. Now don't ask me why, but for some reason we had a lighter and a few sparklers with us. And we had the idea to use the sparklers to light the path enough to see our footing. It felt like a scene from a horror movie, and with every struggling, frantic flick of the lighter, the surrounding woods were faintly illuminated. I was terrified that with every spark, the horrific face of a monster would show itself. Eventually we got a sparkler lit and cautiously made our way up. At the top of the dune, we still had about a half mile or so to walk on a desolate road to get home. We hadn't seen or heard anything at this point, so we were slightly calmer. We decided to walk back, as opposed to working ourselves into another frenzy by running, and as we entered my friend's yard, we all felt a huge wave of relief. But as if the cosmos sensed our ease and wanted one last laugh,
An incredibly loud crashing noise boomed through the woods. Any ounce of relief was quickly replaced by pure terror, and we scrambled our way into the house. Now, I'm sure there's a perfectly reasonable explanation for what just happened that night. It was most likely just a collection of weird coincidences that played out. Or perhaps we saw aliens floating around in the sky, frantically searching for their lost buddy. Maybe the little guy just needed our help, and we decided beating cheeks while screaming bloody murder was a much better reaction. But ultimately, we will never know for sure. New York. Former New Yorker here. This took place back when me and some of my friends were doing some urban exploring. There used to be a country club called Westwood in Amherst, New York, that was shut down due to a cyanide leak out of their pesticide shed. We decided to go check it out at night, and after a decent hike through what used to be a golf course, we shimmied through a fence and made it to the main spot. There were a few buildings all locked up, and the old parking lot was being used by a car dealership to hold overstock, so we avoided that. We managed to find our way into a locker room and the old pool house, but didn't make it far into the main area. After we were satisfied seeing the overgrown area, we made our way back through the old golf course. However, on our way, we got stuck in real thick fog. When I say thick, I mean like a cloud touched down on the earth. Shining our flashlights into it only made visibility worse, so after a few minutes of walking around blind, we hunkered down in a sand trap, waiting for the fog to disperse. While we're sitting and quietly chatting the night away, we heard something moving around the grass, and all suddenly became silent. We lowered ourselves and started to look around when we saw something. It was human-shaped, and it looked right in our direction through the fog. We were afraid we were about to get hit with some trespassing tickets when the weirdest part happened. It got low down to the ground and started making barking noises like an excited puppy trying to get you to play with it. It kept barking and yipping in our direction for a while until something else started running through the grass, and I swear this thing was standing up like a person not 10 minutes ago and bolted on all fours like an animal towards the smaller thing. We took the opportunity to haul us out of there until we were out of the fog and back to our cars. While I was running, I heard something like a rabbit squeal. Maybe it got to it. After that, we didn't go back, and a few years later, the whole place was leveled for housing developments. Maryland. This took place in around 2008. We had lived in our home for about 7 years and had had no issues. My then husband, now ex, was working night shift for our local railroad, which meant I was home alone with 3 kiddos. I would play games on Pogo.com or get into chat rooms after the kids went to bed. I was a huge insomniac, so sleep didn't come easy. I would get off the computer and grab a shower between 2 to 3 a.m. I've got to describe the bathroom to help visualize the scene. So when you first walked into our bathtub, the tub was on the left and the sink is directly across from it. You walked past both, and there was a wall where the toilet was kind of hidden. The bathroom wasn't big, but wasn't tiny either. So one night I went for my nightly shower before bed, and I noticed the shower curtain blow as if someone had opened the door. A shadow passed, and I said my oldest son's name thinking it was him. I got no reply, so I peeked around the corner of the shower curtain, and there was no one in the bathroom. The door was closed, and our window was closed due to it being winter. Okay, so I figured I was just tired and imagining things. I went to bed and told my husband in the morning, and he said I was likely just tired. I went about my normal routine as a mum and wife as usual, and the next night again, I got my shower, and the curtain and shadow thing happened. Now there's no way I had imagined it 2 nights in a row. This repeatedly took place for about 2 weeks. Now there's another strange thing that was going on at the same time frame as my two youngest children's rooms would have toys tossed around. We cleaned the rooms before bed every night, so I assumed one of them was getting up at night and getting the toys out. I would ask in the morning and they would both deny it. Finally, my daughter, who was around the age of 8 and the youngest of the three, told me that she would get hit by her stuffed toys and beanie babies at night and asked if I was throwing them at her. I told her no, as I honestly hadn't. My older son, who was 15 one day, asked me when I got back from the market when we got a cat. I told him we didn't have one, and he informed me that a black and white cat walked through the hallway into my husband's room. I searched to be sure that a cat didn't somehow get into the house. There was no sign of a cat. I practice Wicca, and by this point I'd had quite enough of the creepy invisible shower stalker and the messy rooms that I had to re-clean. And now a ghost cat? 4 people wouldn't all have a meltdown at the same time. I never told the kids what I experienced while showering. I went to a local store, bought salt and sage and did a cleansing. And after that, everything seemed to slowly go back to normal. I found out just a few months ago that my youngest son, who would have been 10 at the time, was also seeing the curtain in the shower blow and the shadow of someone walking past. He said he'd say our names, but no one answered, and my oldest son had seen the cat a few times too. As far as we knew, the house had no deaths in it. It had been my husband's grandmother's house before she died in the ICU. I still to this day can't figure out what happened. I was never a huge believer in ghosts or spirits, but I can't think of anything else that would have caused the creepy chaos. The only one out of our family of 5 that didn't experience anything was my husband, but he was only ever home overnight, like once or twice a week, and slept during the day. My kids and I have had some other paranormal experiences since, but I'll share those another time. Missouri. I grew up in southeastern Missouri, only a few miles from the Mississippi River. We had a 17-acre farm, and while not isolated, the closest major town was about 11 miles away. I mention all this because it got pretty dark out there. There were no streetlights. In fact, the road running past my house stopped being paved and turned into gravel about 50 yards past the end of our driveway. Additionally, our house was set back a good 200 yards, so you can imagine just how dark it would get. We had a large house, a shop with an apartment attached, a small barn, and a workshop for my mum's sewing business. I, being the independent kid that I was, thought it would be a good idea to move out to the apartment shop, which was not heated or air-conditioned or even had running water. But when you're a young kid, you don't think about such things. As a consequence, I had to go to the main house for showers. The main house was parallel with the shop, about 30 yards apart. One night it was raining pretty hard. I think I was around 15 at the time, and I was deadly running to the house. But I finally got up and got ready to go, and when I opened the shop door I noticed someone smoking on the covered porch that ran across the back of the house. I didn't know why, but I paused in the doorway and watched for a moment. I could vaguely see a black human shape and the telltale reddish-orange glow of the cigarette cherry. I could even see it move up to the smoker's mouth, get brighter as they sucked in the smoke, and then fall back to their side. I was stunned, but I really shouldn't have been. After all, my dad smokes, and so did my older sister at the time. What was weird was how they were standing there in the dark facing me. I snapped out of it and made a mad dash across the lawn and into the dining room with my head down, and the moment I got to the porch I noticed they were gone. I go into the TV room and my dad's just there watching TV, like he's about to pass out. "Were you outside?" I ask, to which he replies, "Nah." I then ask him where my sister was, and he tells me that she's at a friend's house. The look of confusion must have given me away because he asked me why. I simply told him I was curious, and since that day, I've never seen it again, but it's left me wondering for the longest time. New Mexico. When I was about 13,
Most of my adoptive parents' families lived in New Mexico, and we would make a trip every year to see them. This was the first time I had been able to bring a friend with me, and I wanted to bring my best friend of several years. Her name was Zoe. She was funny, sweet, and outgoing. We're both girls, by the way, and it was a big deal for me as I had never been allowed to bring a friend before, so it was super exciting, being an only child. You can imagine a 14-hour drive for a young kid with no siblings to pass the time, so the trip down there was incredible, and we had a great time. It passed so fast, I forgot how grueling it used to be to take the trip. Our first stop was to see the grandparents. That went smoothly and was great. We played in the garden and enjoyed spending time with the family. As the day passed, we finally jumped back in the car and headed about 30 minutes away to stay with my Aunt Karen and Uncle Dan. This is relevant because there is another pair of aunties and uncles that are relevant. So we usually stay with Aunt Jill and Uncle Jack, but this was different because they had their family over this time of year, which is fine because I liked Aunt Karen and Uncle Dan more. So my parents and aunt and uncle were talking about going to visit Uncle Jack and Auntie Jill and their side of the family. Zoe and I were really riled up, and were getting kind of tired of family at this point. Nothing against them, but there were already children going to be there, so more probably wouldn't have worked. They gave us some coupons to go to the Dairy Queen down the way. It wasn't unreasonably far to walk, especially after such a long drive. We had cell phones, so it wasn't that big of a deal. We stayed at the house for a little while, drank some water, refreshed ourselves, and decided to head out. Even as a 13-year-old girl, I carried a Swiss Army knife because I grew up in the country, and it's never a bad idea to have a tool or weapon when you go out alone. Zoe and I were heading out, enjoying our stroll, and there was no one driving around or walking, which was kind of strange, but we brushed it off because it was pretty hot out. My parents let us go alone because we were responsible and level-headed kids. We promised to call once we made it. So we're walking along, maybe a quarter, halfway there at this point, when I hear a faint static noise. I thought maybe the wind carried a wire or something. It just wasn't alarming, but it was a little weird, and I asked Zoe if she heard it, and she said she hadn't. I'm an overly cautious kid because, well, the way I grew up, I was observant and protective of my friends and family. I heard it again, and this time it was louder but sounded like really crappy ice cream truck music. And Zoe heard it too. She snapped her head up and looked at me, and we both realized we'd heard it. It was unnerving. It set me on edge, and I told her to walk to my right, so that I was closest to the sidewalk and she was closer to the yards and houses. I don't know why I did this, but it just felt right. It was a little extra, but I wasn't in my element, and we didn't have adults, so I thought it could have been a smart precaution. We couldn't hear it anymore, so we thought maybe it really just was an old ice cream truck that finally closed for the day. Maybe the batteries were low on the player, I don't know. We're about halfway there. All of a sudden, I see this sketchy-ass van pull around the corner with very tinted windows, and I immediately felt very scared. It was driving very, very slowly, and I was confused. I didn't know why they didn't just drive normally down the road, until it turned the music on. It was the same creepy ice cream truck music we'd heard earlier. We obviously didn't want ice cream because we didn't run towards it, and I told Zoe to ignore it and stay close to the houses. I told her if it kept following us, we'd just run directly to a house and knock on the door. I wanted to make sure we had a plan before we just got scared and panicked, so we agreed and ignored the truck. All of a sudden, it started to pick up pace behind us. We heard the engine rev up, and we knew it was speeding up from the creepy crawl it had been doing following us. I yelled at Zoe to run for it. The nearest house without a gate was a little way down the road, so we hoofed it. I made sure that Zoe ran through the open gate before I did, and then I ran up the house and held up my fist as if to knock on the door. It was a threat I made very clear. I didn't know if anyone was home or if they'd even answer, but I hoped it was enough to deter whoever these freaks were. They screeched to a halt outside the fence, making revving noises as if he had his foot on the brake and was stomping on the gas. Zoe was shaking behind me, and I could barely make out a shadow behind the tinted window as they appeared to be shaking their fists at us. I caught the middle finger gesture, as well as some choice words thrown at us. This dude was really yelling at the top of his lungs at us over the sound of his creepy-ass music. I was shaking too, but I stared right at where I thought his face was, trying to be as obstinate as possible, hoping they wouldn't think we were worth the effort. Finally, they turned off their music and slowly drove off, stopping ever so often, waiting to see if we'd leave the safety of the yard. Finally, they peeled off around the corner. We stayed there for about 10 minutes, shaking and breathing heavily, with fear and relief. We still had a while to go to get to the house, but there was no way we'd go there, because then they'd know where we were staying. So we opted to go to Dairy Queen as planned and called my parents, asking them to pick us up from there. We didn't say why, but we didn't want to lose our trust or privileges. Looking back now, that wasn't smart, but we didn't want them to laugh at us or think we were lying. The whole way to Dairy Queen, we always checked our backs and watched our surroundings until we finally made it. We didn't even want ice cream at this point, and opted for the amazing and refreshing Orange Julius instead. We never spoke of this to anyone, and when we got older we joked about it, wondering what kind of creepy crawlies were behind those tinted windows. Whether it was creepy killer clowns or a deranged psycho trying to take people without consent. Thankfully, whatever the case, we never found out. After that, I became even more cautious than I'd ever been before. It saved my neck quite a few times. Never be afraid to do what's necessary to keep you safe, no matter your age, gender, or situation. Be aware and be smart. It might save you from a creepy ice cream truck killer one day.
Ohio.
I am from Waverly in Ohio, and I live in the backcountry. Back in 2016, I used to work in Hillsborough, a neighboring town from the one I live in, at the local Walmart. I didn't work at Walmart for very long, which is besides the point. But this happened in this specific town and its county, and I felt the need to share it. One night, between the months of October and December, I had worked a second shift and got off between the hours of 10 p.m. and midnight. I knew it was dark when I got off, as it was chilly out during the nights, so it was one of the months where it was cold, but not yet extremely freezing. There are two ways I could have gone to work, and I chose the easier option as always. The other way is honestly quite curvy and windy, and my parents would often scold me if I would take State Route 124 to go to work. Once I was off, I started on my hour's drive back home. It took me a little bit before I got to State Route 50, because Walmart is almost dead smack on the outside of town and is at least 5 minutes or so away from the road I need to take. So I was finally on State Route 50 after my long shift, driving east towards Bainbridge, and was right at Paint Creek State Park. There is a water treatment plant near the lake, right off 50, and if you're driving towards Bainbridge, it's on your right. If you're driving towards Hillsborough, it's on your left. There are some trees right beside the road as well, and they're at least 50 feet tall. Anyway, I could see the water treatment plant from where I was, and I was still a ways away from passing the trees because there's a slight curve in the road right as you're passing Paint Creek and are beginning to face the plant. It was a clear night with no stars or clouds in the sky. I don't even think the moon was shining. I looked up when I saw an orange ball in the sky. To describe the orange ball in more detail, it looked like Jarvis from the Iron Man series, and the specific color of orange ball was a campfire orange. The ball of light was perfectly aligned with the road, and on top of that, it was at least another 20 feet above the trees, which puts it at about 70 feet in the air. I watched it as I drove closer and closer to it. I even rolled down the window on my car to see if it made any noise.
This was when I still had my silver 2011 Dodge Avenger, so it's been a while because I have a Ford now. The ball of light made absolutely no noise at all, and it definitely wasn't my car, because my car was up to date on all current mechanical work. I had switched off my radio, my cell phone wasn't silent, and there weren't any animal noises going on either, and everything was completely silent. As I kept driving, I eventually went under it, and while I could still somewhat see it, I still heard nothing. When I couldn't see it anymore, I kept myself from a total freakout and held my breath until I could glance back to see if it was still there or not. Once I was far enough away, I looked in my rearview mirror and side mirrors to see if it was still there, but it was gone. It had completely vanished. The farther I got, I still did not see anything. I was thoroughly freaked out. It took a while to share this story. The first time I did, it was probably early 2018, to my dad and brother on a trip to a jungle gyms, where all three of us were trading scary stories. At first, my brother tried to say it could have been a helicopter. I knew it wasn't one, because one of those things makes all kinds of noises with their rotors, and, as I previously mentioned, the Oris ball looked like an orange Jarvis. He insisted that it was probably a helicopter, and so I asked him why it didn't make any noise. Neither he or my dad had an answer. I also told my best friend from another state, who had had a similar experience with an orange light anomaly. He was surprised that I had an experience with it too, and I also told my best friend, Emma, from college, probably a few months or so after we'd met at school, and she was really into it because we're paranormal people. My brother and I were recently talking about this incident, and surprisingly he didn't say anything about a helicopter. He seemed to think it could have been something else, although he's half skeptical. He has experienced a few things in his life he can't explain away, but he has to see it to believe it. Who knows what the hell it was? It's definitely left an impression in my mind, and if anyone has any information about an orange ball of light flying in Ohio, I'd love to hear about it.
Pennsylvania. I live in a small town about an hour south of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, called Rostrava. My entire life I've lived in the same house, in a very rural neighborhood of my town. It's calm and beautiful, but can almost be a tad unnerving. We have about an acre of property, and our land turns into a hill that leads to our neighbor's field. One perk of living in such a rural area was having parties as a teen, and I had decided one day in March of 2021 to have a small spring break party. There was a small number of people there. We spent the night drinking, laughing, and talking about how fast life was moving. We decided to have a bonfire outside, and we were all sitting around the campfire. I was sitting in between my boyfriend and my friend staring at the stars, and as I stared for a while, I noticed there were a few stars blinking. There was a small number of people there. We spent the night drinking, laughing, and talking about how fast life was moving. We decided to have a bonfire outside, and we're all sitting around the campfire. I was sitting in between my boyfriend and my friend staring at the stars, and as I stared for a while, I noticed that there were a few stars blinking. I shook my head to readjust my eyes and looked up again to find it still happening. The stars looked like they were lighting up, then disappearing over and over again. I nudged my boyfriend to look up at the sky with me, and my friend looked as well when she saw me point to the sky. We all saw it happening, and I immediately said something to the rest of the group in attendance. Lo and behold, we could all see it happening. Now I'm sure there's a scientific explanation for stars fading, but then the sky changed. The entirety of our group ran up to my property's hill to get a better look. The sky had turned a deep black instead of its usual dark blue. The stars had all disappeared. We realized until I looked to the left of me. Stars were lining the midnight sky in some areas. I mentioned this out loud, and one of my friends said in one of the quietest voices I'd ever heard, "Guys, the darkness has a shape." As I gazed back up at the sky, I saw the outline of a giant square of black in the sky, covering all the stars above it, while there was still a night sky all around this ominous shape. We stood there in silent awe. I attempted multiple times to catch a photo of the dark shape, but my phone camera simply couldn't focus. We never did tell anyone else about it. Who would have believed a bunch of partying teens anyway? But I'll never forget the experience. I'd like to point out, I did as much research as I could to see if NASA had run any tests or anything that night, but never found a damn thing. And it was one of the weirdest moments of my entire life.
Georgia. My father was an occult practitioner, and he was in some really scary stuff. He made black scrying mirrors, one being exceptionally large, and several smaller ones which he apparently was using to trap some kind of entity. I was never sure about it, but seeing it hanging in my parents' bedroom always gave me the heebie-jeebies. I'd hear him at night calling on something as the apartment was very small, and the sound of his voice was frightening to say the least. My mum was sometimes his unwilling participant, and eventually I was too, and that's a whole other story, from which I was doubtedly lucky to come out somewhat sane. Well, long story short, my father was arrested and got himself and my mother thrown into prison for many, many years. My mum only recently got out, so I spent those intervening years raised by my Nazarene granny and questioning my beliefs and dabbling into the lighter side of occult practices. I'm agnostic now, but back then in my late teens, I was very much in tune with my sixth sense and my dreams. I had this horrifying dream one night that I was standing in some great hall of a castle somewhere. Now I love fantasy and fancy games like Zelda, but this place scared me, and there were people crowded all around me. In front of us was a giant door of some dark wood that stretched as high as the ceiling. Far beyond that door, we could hear screams that suddenly were cut short. All of these people suddenly turned to me and told me it was my turn. In the way of dreams, I was suddenly standing in this dining hall. There was the long, massive table in the center with a ceiling that stretched into the darkness. At the other end, another massive door stood. From it, darkness. I walked in, head lost in the shadows of the ceiling, but I remember its bright red eyes and a silhouette of a massive horn. It said to me that it would have my soul, reached out massive hands tipped with black claws and grabbed my whole face. I felt it dig its claws into my neck. I felt them puncture into me. I felt red-hot blood pour down my neck. I blacked out in the dream and woke up very creeped out. I'm not sure if I slept, but it was the next morning that I realized my father's old black mirror was boxed up behind the headboard of the bed. You could just see it past the bronze flimsy poles. I had a discussion with my then boyfriend about getting rid of it, and we agreed to drive to the middle of nowhere and break it. It was twilight. Sometime later, after several equally and even more disturbing dreams, my boyfriend stops my mum's van that I was driving somewhere out in the middle of nowhere. To this day, I cannot tell you exactly where, except it was probably close to Chickamauga battlefield, which already has a spooky reputation. He stops on some side street. There are leaves everywhere, so it's around autumn. I leaned the mirror, still in the box, up against the side of an embankment. I took out a rubber mallet my mum had left behind and swung it hard at the box. No dice. I said to my boyfriend that I would have to take it out. It's about a foot wide, circular, and made of glass, painted black on one side. My boyfriend, who was extremely superstitious, turned around so he didn't have to actually see it. Now here is where it gets weird. I instinctively pictured a white light around the head of the mallet, and when I reared back and slammed it into the glass, there was no contact. The glass simply shattered into 100 shards and disappeared. There was nothing left behind. We were both spooked and decided to book it. We sped away, the nightmares stopped. And here's another weird thing about the mirror. Before my mum went off to jail, the mirror was behind the same bed. She said she didn't know why in the world she put it there, but it was just automatic. One night, she told me she woke up unable to move, that there was a presence in the bedroom that came close to her. It was dark in the room, and she couldn't really see anything. She just felt something approach her. She said she felt something massive climb into the bed, and she found she could suddenly move. So she rolled onto the floor and reached up for the light switch. That's when something full-on growled at her from her direction of the bed. She flicked the light on anyway, and the presence was gone. She told me suddenly it was morning, and she awoke in a pool of sweat with no memory of getting back into bed. At the time, she didn't put two and two together about the mirror and the entity, and that was not the only thing she experienced. My granny also had some pretty gnarly dreams around the same time, but no one remembered that mirror. After it was gone, I had a horrible next 7 years, which tracks, I suppose. I'd like to say things got easier, but my life was tough for the longest time. When you're touched by darkness like that, I believe it leaves a stain. I struggled with everything from money to relationship to housing and cars that always seemed to break down in the worst possible way. It's been 24 years since that went down. After purging some more of my father's artifacts, things got to be more normal for pretty much everyone in the family. My mum got out and is a born-again Christian with a strong faith in God, and I just went agnostic because I couldn't make my mind up about any one faith and just embraced anything that made me feel good. Life goes on. My father is still incarcerated, and I talk to him from time to time. He has not been the same person ever since he dabbled in whatever he was doing. He lost his mind, and I hope one day he will become a better person, more centered and full of light, like how he was when we were kids. But he still drifts into those dark places, and he thinks he can control events and people from where he is, which is another story entirely. I wanted to close with this. If you don't know what you're doing for the love of your whole life and your entire family, don't mess with it. Your sanity and your entire family depend on it. Thank you for listening, and be safe out there, everyone. It really is a creepy world out there.
Tennessee. I'm a 28-year-old female from eastern Tennessee, and I've been a manager for a retail company for 4 years. I would never consider myself attractive simply because I was raised to see people for who they are and not judged by appearances. But others assure me I'm pretty, slender, strawberry blonde, and have had plenty of encounters with the average creeps, but nothing comes close to what I experienced in the last few months of 2020. It started innocently when I had been transferred to a new location as the store manager. I was introduced to my small crew of 5 people who were extremely welcoming, and I ended up losing my assistant manager 2 weeks after I started there, as I discovered via CCTV she was stealing from the store, and instead of hiring off the street, I chose to promote my lead sales associate, JD. He was extremely helpful, competent with his tasks and on time, and always went above and beyond to help. Not only me, but all the employees and the customers. I was so pleased with his work ethic that after being in the location for 9 months and driving sales to the top of the district, I was selected to transfer to the problem store of the district, the store no one wanted due to drug activity, theft, and just an all-round awful area. I was given a raise, and that was pretty much all it took to convince me, as money talks, and my only request was that I was able to take JD with me, as the area was rough and he's not a little fella. Corporate agreed, and I was thrilled. But the excitement was short-lived, due to the higher-ups' decision to move JD elsewhere in the district. This is where everything changed. I started receiving daily messages through text and Facebook from JD, not too strange. I thought he only missed the crew and I. He sent the same thing every day. "Miss you, hope you have a great day." I rarely responded for two simple reasons. I'm a busy manager, and I have a boyfriend who I've been in a happy relationship with for 8 years. The messages came for months with little responses from me. I mentioned the text to an employee, thinking maybe she's getting messages too, but she wasn't. In fact, none of my 7-man crew had received any messages from JD since he was transferred. Okay, well, he had known me a lot longer than them. I shrugged it off as him just being nice, right? He started to check in on me twice a week at work since he hadn't heard from me, and always before he left he wanted a hug. I personally can't stand to be embraced by anyone who isn't family, my boyfriend, or extremely close. It got so bad that I knew for certain I'd see him every Tuesday and Saturday, which are my busiest work days, due to freight trucks coming in on those particular days. I became very uncomfortable, so I began coming home for lunch when he'd show up. I wouldn't even speak to him. He'd just stare at me from the end of the aisle, not talking to anyone, not shopping, just staring. I finally decided to backtrack some of the messages on Facebook I had received from him. I had just typically ignored them. I had no idea what I was about to find. There were messages saying he was having dreams of me, or sending me lyrics from a romantic song, or even inviting me on a hike, just the two of us, and he made sure to add that. I got unnerved by this. He knew I was in a serious relationship. He knows my boyfriend and I have 2 children together. But what made me sicker was that he had a wife, and they have 2 children together too. I started seeing him behind me at red lights in town, and how he'd just bump into me in the market. One time he even showed up to my friend's wedding as the DJ for her big night. I pulled my friend to the side and asked if she'd invited him there, and she replied with, "We announced the wedding and he messaged saying he was a DJ and would cut us a great deal." I left as soon as the I-dos were finished. In the past few months, I've been under a lot of stress from work, mainly due to employees out with COVID. I was pulling 90-hour work weeks, back-to-back double shifts, and of course he knew right where to find me, and was showing up when I was on shift alone. There was no way of getting away from him, no one to save me. When I finally broke down to my boyfriend, thank goodness he took me seriously, because anyone else I told didn't find the behavior odd. The man came and sat out front of the store one Tuesday last month, and sure enough, almost on cue, JD showed up. I never even knew because my boyfriend stopped him in the parking lot and confronted the issue head on, and I've not heard a word or seen JD since. I still don't really know what was said and honestly don't care to know. I'm just happy to have been given peace after being harassed for so long, and pray that I never have to meet him again.
Idaho. I live in Utah, but back in 2017 I went up to Idaho to see the total solar eclipse. On August 20th, the day before the eclipse, my family and I arrived at this open field area next to a road to set up camp. There were some trees around and a wooden fence that ran alongside the road, which isn't that important to the story aside from giving my tent an approximate location. The open field that we planned to camp in began filling up with other people, and soon there were probably around 100 tents or even more in this field, so it was densely populated. Anyway, we didn't bring a full-on tent or anything. Instead, we brought one of those half-beach tents or whatever they're called, and we planned to basically sleep out in the open. But my grandparents just slept on a mattress in the bed of my dad's truck. We were about 30 to 40 feet away from the road, and as night started to kick in, most of the other campers began to settle down, although some stayed up really late, and we'll get back to those guys later. As I lay in the half-tent thing, I started to realize just how hard it would be to sleep that night. The group of campers, laughing and talking, my grandma's outrageously loud snoring, even though she was over in the truck, and the fact that I didn't have any white noise to help me sleep. I realized there wasn't much I could do, so I decided to gaze at the dimly lit stars in front of my tent. Unfortunately, we were extremely close to a rural and light-polluted area, so I couldn't see much other than the glow of lights of houses and such over the trees. At some point between 10:30 and 11:30, I noticed what I thought to be a plane coming in my direction. I shrugged it off and kept staring at the stars, only to glance back only seconds later and question what I had just seen. This plane had no blinking lights, or any lights for that matter, but as it grew closer, I realized it wasn't a plane of which I knew. This thing was flying incredibly low and slow, and its shape resembled that of a boomerang of the letter V. And by this point, because of the angle, I could also tell it did have lights, 5 big, semi-bright yellowish white lights that didn't blink or change in any way. This, however, wasn't the scariest part. The scariest thing was just how silent it was. It made 0 noise. I was frozen solid. I couldn't move because I couldn't believe what I was seeing. As it guided slowly over my head, I then tried to turn my attention to the campers behind me that were previously talking loudly and laughing and such. I realized that about the time the boomerang thing flew over the lip of my tent, those people had gone somewhat quiet, and the people that continued to talk sounded somewhat disturbed and confused. They were on the other side of the field, so I couldn't tell what they were saying. After listening to them, I snapped out of my frozen stance and woke up my father, saying, "Dad, I just saw a UFO." All he said was that I was dreaming and to go back to sleep, but I knew for a fact I hadn't been, and I hadn't even gotten close to falling asleep in the first place. After my dad said I was just dreaming, I realized my mistake. I should have gotten out of my sleeping bag and stayed outside and looked up what I saw. Regrettably, I had assumed that by then I wouldn't be able to see it, so I stayed in my sleeping bag and tried for the next hour or so to sleep, although it was very hard to do so after getting hit in the face by adrenaline after seeing whatever the hell that was. It's been 7 years now since this experience, and I still remember it clearly, and I've done some research, and I discovered what I saw was likely a secret military aircraft that closely resembled a stealth bomber in its shape, such as the B-2 Spirit. But why would a stealth bomber have 5 lights? Isn't it supposed to be, stealthy? And why the heck was it flying so slow? I've never heard nor seen planes fly that slow. It was probably only going about 10 to 15 miles an hour, so I managed to discover just recently through my research that what I saw looks exactly like the aircraft depicted in a newspaper for the Phoenix Lights, which was the most viewed UFO sighting in history. I have my doubts on it being a military aircraft, but it seems far more likely to be a military craft than an alien. But I guess ultimately, we'll never know. Kansas. My grandparents were a big part of my life growing up. My family made it a point to see them every weekend, and I spent many summers with my grandmother while I was out of school and both my parents at work. While I was in college, my grandmother developed Alzheimer's and slowly began to decline in both her memory and health. I returned home after graduating, and by this time my grandmother no longer knew who any of my family members were. She died in January of 2009 and was cremated. My father had the small cardboard box that she was returned to us in, professionally wrapped, as she was to eventually be buried next to my grandfather, so he didn't get an urn. Maybe a bit of an odd way to do it, but I know it meant a lot to him having her resting place dressed up a bit before she was buried. This may hold no importance, but the timing of her remains being brought into the house and the sudden onset of the strange occurrences in our family's home seemed to go hand in hand. The occurrences started as footsteps, nothing out of the ordinary for us. We had a large entryway with wooden stairs leading up to the bedrooms, and we're all night owls, so people coming up and down the stairs at all hours of the night wasn't uncommon. It wasn't until one morning at breakfast, when everyone had settled down to eat, that my father asked who kept going up and down the stairs the previous night. None of us had been out of bed, and we had all assumed it was just someone else. Fast forward a few months and I had moved into the newly remodeled basement. I had mostly forgotten about the sounds on the stairs and was enjoying having my own space. The basement was like my own little apartment with a sitting area, bathroom, and small kitchen, the broke college kid's dream. My room in the basement was dark. There was only one window in the sitting area, so once the door to the bedroom was closed, you were effectively in a sensory deprivation chamber. Without the digital alarm clock on my nightstand, it would have been impossible to know what time of day it was. I kept all of the lights off because I enjoyed being in total darkness when I slept, and keep my mind wandering to all the little things on the shelves I could fiddle with instead of sleeping. There was nothing memorable about the day leading up to this. I don't know when I got to bed, but I'm sure I had been up playing video games or out with friends. I got into bed and curled up under the blankets, giving one last look at the room before I turned off the light. I woke up suddenly and reached over to hit the snooze button on my clock to see the time. I've never had trouble sleeping through the night, so I was a bit surprised to see 3 a.m. glowing on the display. What struck me as odd was that I had woken up exactly on the hour. I rolled over and wondered why I would have woken up when I began to notice sounds coming from upstairs. I sat up and strained to make out what I was hearing. It sounded like whispering, but I couldn't make out the words. I assumed my mother had fallen asleep on the couch with the TV on, as she was prone to do. I considered for a moment getting up and turning it all off when it got louder. I still couldn't make out the words, still just a whisper, but almost as if it was coming through with static. The noise sounded like it was dropping down through the ceiling and just outside the door to my bedroom. I was starting to get nervous, not knowing who would be coming down into the basement in the early morning. The whispering moved closer to the door as I sat up a bit more and gingerly said, "Mum?" The moment the word left my lips, something answered me back. "That's not Mum." A wave of fear washed over me as the sound moved into the room. I could see nothing in the darkness, but the sound was approaching along the narrow gap between my bed and wall. The sound was directly above my head when something sat down just inches away from where I was laying. The mattress flexed, and my body slid forward into the space where someone should have been sitting. I was wide awake now, eyes fully open and breathing fast. I could feel my heart racing. None of this made sense. Then, suddenly, as quickly as it started, it was over. My bed popped back into shape, the noise stopped, and I was left frozen in fear and hyperventilating. I had no idea what had just happened. I closed my eyes and went back to sleep. That was the last thing that happened to me in that house. My sister had a few episodes of what we assume is sleep paralysis, but nothing else quite like what happened to me that night. It sparked an interest for me. But having had a few of these experiences, I think I've had enough for a lifetime. Hey, well done for making it to the end of the video. That takes some commitment. As of recording this, the video sits at like 5 hours and 12 minutes, so I'm assuming you did about nearly 4 hours 45 minutes, so good job. I hope you enjoyed these stories. I would love to know if you would like me to do this again. This took, unashamedly, about 4 years to put together. I started asking for stories from subscribers over 4 years ago, and it's only now, towards the end of 2024, that I managed to put this together. So hopefully, if we do it again, it won't take anywhere near as long. Is there another country you'd like me to do? Don't say all the counties in the UK because I will never finish. Alright then guys, take care. If you want to see more content, linked on screen now, and a huge thanks as always to my members and patrons whose names can be seen on screen. To join their ranks, look in the description. Stay awesome guys, I'll see you in the next one. Good night.